Hey there! I'm diving into another mind-bending story from Dreamland Encounters. If you're new, this podcast explores incredible, unexplained encounters beyond our world. Franklin, Illinois isn't exactly a hotspot for excitement. Just open farmland, grain silos, and quiet gravel roads. That night started like any other, except it wasn't. Around midnight, unable to sleep, I wandered into the soybean fields, my phone out, drawn by crystal-clear stars. At the far end of the field, 3 pale white orbs appeared, completely motionless. They hung about 30 feet above the ground. No sound, no blinking, just suspended in absolute silence. I started filming, zooming in to capture every detail. Then something strange happened. The lights began moving with perfect synchronization. Slow, smooth, almost deliberate. They drifted together, paused, and then started rotating as a single unit, like some choreographed cosmic dance. Silent as a whisper, the world seemed to stop breathing. I captured 2 minutes of footage. Pure observation, no commentary. When the lights eventually retreated, dissolving into the night, I went home. Phone service returned, and I clipped the most interesting 30 seconds for TikTok. My caption was simple. Anyone else seeing this over Franklin right now? I didn't expect much. Maybe a few local views. But by morning, everything had changed. Tens of thousands of views. Comments flooded in from across the country, Indiana, Missouri, even Oregon. Some believed, some called it fake. I was just trying to understand what I'd witnessed. Then came the knock. 8:30 in the morning. 2 sharp raps. Through the peephole, 2 identical figures stood. Black suits, white shirts, narrow black ties. 2 men, identical in every way. Sleek black sunglasses, short hair slicked back, matching builds that could have been cloned. I cracked the door, open, keeping the screen between us. The left one smiled first, a wide, lipless crescent spreading across his face. A heartbeat later, the right one mirrored the expression. Something about it felt choreographed. Mr. Porter? The voice was flat, devoid of emotion, like a speaker with its bass removed. Yeah, I responded. What's this about? High silence had taken over my house. No background noise, no pets, no kids. Just an unsettling stillness that seemed to stretch forever. A car door sound suddenly broke the quiet. I checked the front window, but the street was completely empty. Only my truck and the neighbor's old Pontiac sat motionless. Earlier, 2 identical strangers had approached me with an unnerving, unwavering smile. Just checking in, making sure you've been feeling safe lately, they said in perfect unison. My mouth hung open, words caught between thought and speech. I mumbled a confused response. Why were they here? No specific reason, they claimed, just noting I'd had a busy night. A tightness gripped my chest, not quite panic, but that electric tension you feel when a police car trails behind you, even knowing you've done nothing wrong. They asked who I was with, but silence was their only response. We appreciate your cooperation, they said simultaneously before turning and walking away. Their movements were identical. Same stride, same posture. I watched them approach a black sedan with standard Illinois plates. They climbed in simultaneously and drove off after a brief pause. They never mentioned the video. No talk of TikTok, no specific questions, just vague references to a busy night and feeling safe. Back inside, I locked the door and rushed to my desktop. The video was gone, completely vanished. No flags, no takedown notice, just nothing. I always back up my files, so I wasn't worried, but when I tried accessing the external drive, it was dead. No response, not even a flicker in the BIOS. The garage PC yielded the same result. Clicks, a spin, then silence. My cloud sync was empty. Something had wiped everything clean and precise, without a trace. Around noon, I tried logging into my TikTok account. The password wouldn't work. I requested a reset link, but nothing arrived. Not in my inbox, not in spam. Trying to log in from another device, the system claimed the account didn't exist. When I attempted to find the video through previous links on Reddit, Twitter, even UFO forums, everything was gone. Blank thumbnails, 404 errors. Recovery tools yielded nothing but fragments of old files, family photos from months ago, no trace of any recording from that night. That eerie feeling of being watched persisted, even inside my own home. I was driving home from my cousin's place near Platte, South Nebraska, in my parents' silver Camry, a car with a cracked windshield and only one working speaker. The road stretched endlessly between cornfields, dark and empty except for occasional mailboxes, my window cracked and music low. The sky felt impossibly vast and clear, packed with stars. I remember swerving to avoid a dead raccoon when something caught my eye. A soft orange glow hovering about 20 feet above the cornfield. This wasn't a tractor or combine like I first thought. The sphere was perfectly round, glowing from within like a flickering flame without smoke. No sound, no movement, just hanging there waiting. My heart raced as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Those moments when your brain struggles to determine if something is real, that was me right then. I grabbed my phone to take a picture, but the screen showed only black. No matter how I adjusted the settings, the glow wouldn't register. When I looked up again, it was gone, completely vanished as if it had never existed. Only my headlights illuminated the road ahead. I drove home, constantly glancing at the fields. I didn't tell my parents. How could I explain seeing a floating fireball? I showered and went to bed, and the next day proceeded normally. School was typical boring chemistry, the usual routine. Something has changed since that night. I don't take walks anymore, especially not near the tree line. Sometimes, especially after dark, I get this sense that something's out there, just waiting. Later that afternoon, I went into town to find someone who might have witnessed the lights. At the gas station, I ran into Ben Holloway, a local hunter. When I asked about strange sky activity from the previous night, his response was curt. "Like what?" he said. I described low-flying lights with no sound. He denied seeing anything, but his quick, clipped response suggested he was hiding something. Other locals offered only shrugs or polite confusion. A woman at the hardware store mentioned hearing dogs barking wildly around 1 a.m., attributing it to coyotes. Since then, I haven't filmed anything. My new hard drive works fine, but I compulsively check it daily. I have been logged into TikTok. The mysterious sedan hasn't returned. From the front entrance, a black long car sat parked like an old movie vehicle, with windows so dark you couldn't see inside. I'd taken the long way around to avoid some kids I didn't want to talk to. The engine was running, but nobody was moving. Something felt off. Not dangerous, just watched. As I crossed the grass toward the crosswalk, the passenger window rolled down. The man inside was unlike anyone I'd ever seen. Paper pale skin, short light hair, almost white or silver, cut military style. A black suit, white shirt, no tie. Black sunglasses covered his eyes, even on a cloudy day. His smile wasn't bright and didn't reach his eyes, which stayed hidden behind those dark lenses. In a flat, rehearsed voice, he said, "It's not healthy to dwell on things you didn't really see." I froze. My mouth went dry. I hadn't told anyone about last night, not even my cousin. My phone sat silent in my pocket. Then he rolled up the window, and the car glided away, turning smoothly around the corner and disappearing behind the trees by the senior lot. That night I locked my bedroom door and kept my phone plugged in next to me, flashlight app ready. Sleep didn't come easy. The car was absent on Tuesday and Wednesday, but strange things started happening. Small, weird incidents that seemed disconnected. My phone would randomly freeze, then restart. My school ID badge stopped scanning, then worked again the next day. One afternoon, Spotify reset completely. All my playlists vanished. History wiped clean. I only noticed when I tried playing music in the car and had to log back in. By Friday, things got stranger. I found my algebra binder on my desk after lunch, and everything inside was flipped upside down. The papers were still in order, just inverted. I asked my friends if they'd been messing with me, but they looked confused. This was supposed to be just another weekend thing. Tyler and I ran a small side project documenting weird sightings around upstate New York. We weren't experts, just two guys with day jobs in Albany who would drive out to investigate spots people emailed us about, take photos, shoot some B-roll, and upload it to our YouTube channel. This particular trip was to a patch of woods near Midburg. A guy named Len, probably in his 60s, had reported something strange. He was quiet and serious, describing how he saw 3 white lights drop below the treetops around 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. No noise, no wind. The next day, a hike revealed something strange. A big, perfectly round ring in the moss, about 20 feet wide. I'd seen the photos, and the ground looked unusual. Things started to get weird after that. I stopped walking alone and started sticking to crowds. The bus became my go-to for travel. Earlier, a guy in a suit had warned me not to think about a fireball, something I'd never shared with anyone. The strangest moment came the following Monday during a fire drill. We were standing on the soccer field when I spotted someone at the far end of the trek, near the visitor bleachers. Same suit, same hair, same posture as before, but when I blinked he vanished. I asked Kayla if she saw him, but she just looked confused and said, "What guy?" That night, online searches for floating lights in cornfields in Nebraska turned up nothing convincing. Just drones, weather balloons, and fireworks. The next weekend, I returned to that stretch of road during the day. Corn still stood tall. I pulled over, walked a few feet in. Nothing. No tracks, no burn marks, no equipment. Just dry ground and rows of stalks. I've never seen the car again. Not around town, not anywhere. But sometimes at night, there's this pressure behind my eyes, like someone staring through the walls. Now I keep my blinds closed, even during the day. When I drive past that field, I try not to look. We drove up to the site Saturday afternoon, parking on a dirt shoulder before hiking in with cameras and Tyler's GPMF meter. The clearing took about 40 minutes to reach. The ring was still visible, though not as sharp as in previous photos. Something had clearly disturbed the area. The ground looked compacted, and the moss around the edge had changed color. We spent a couple hours documenting everything. Drone footage, soils. We covered our bases. At one point, Tyler mentioned feeling a vibration through his boots. Though I didn't sense anything, the woods were unnaturally still. No birds, no insects, just the occasional creak of trees. As dusk approached, we packed up and headed back to the car, stopping for burgers and joking about Len possibly scaring himself with a kiddie pool. Back at our apartment just after 10 o'clock, something immediately felt wrong. The door handle wasn't fully latched and nudged open when I pushed it. Tyler always double-checks locks, so we entered cautiously, half expecting a break-in. Nothing seemed missing. Laptops, TV, drawers all untouched, but every mirror in the apartment had been flipped. The bathroom mirror faced the wall. All mirrors were turned around. The bedroom's full-length mirror faced away, and Tyler's dresser mirror lay face down on the carpet, unbroken. We didn't contact the police. No forced entry, nothing stolen, just those strange mirror positions. The night felt tense. Tyler stayed in the living room with all lights on while I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Whenever I closed my eyes, I felt watched. Something silent lurked just outside my peripheral vision. Around 3 a.m., I got up for water and found Tyler already standing by the window, looking through the blinds. "There's someone down there," he said without turning. When I stepped closer, I saw what he was pointing at. A man standing under the sodium street lamp across the street. The man seemed completely out of place. No coat, no umbrella. Despite the light drizzle, his pale skin and lack of a hat made him stand out. His arms hung perfectly straight at his sides as he stared up at our window motionless. Tyler had first noticed him about half an hour earlier. We watched for another 10 minutes, his gaze never wavering. I tried taking a photo on my phone, but when I checked, the frame showed only an empty street. No trace of the man. Tyler wanted to go down and confront him, but I suggested waiting. Sometime after 4, the man walked away, not toward a car or building, but simply turning and disappearing around the corner with no urgency. The next day, we both called out of work. I double-checked the locks. Nothing was broken. We discussed our options: report it, ignore it, maybe move. Neither of us truly believed we were in danger, but we couldn't explain what was happening. That afternoon, we attempted to review the channel footage from the woods. The drone clips and soil sample files were present, but Tyler's handheld recordings had vanished. Not corrupted or mislabeled, simply gone. We checked both SD cards with the same result. The files disappeared around the timestamp of the strange quiet in the clearing. Just before bed, I glanced out the window. The street was empty, but one street lamp directly across from our building flickered erratically. On, off, on again, as if someone was playing with its power. I watched for a while, then closed the blinds. The next morning, we said nothing. We made coffee and went about our day normally. But this wasn't the last time I'd encountered a strange occurrence. Late one October night, under a sky ablaze with stars, I was pursuing my passion for astrophotography in northern Vermont. Just a short drive from home, I discovered the perfect spot, a small dirt path leading to a ridge clearing. Far from any streetlights, the landscape invited quiet contemplation and connection to something larger than myself. My trusty Canon 1 film camera, which I love for its ability to slow me down, was set up on a tripod. I'd found some expired Kodak Atrome at a thrift store and was excited to use it. Carefully adjusting settings for 30-second exposures at ISO 600, I began shooting, aiming to capture star trails circling Polaris facing east. The next morning, I headed to the campus photography department's dark room, a cramped basement space with concrete walls and flickering fluorescent lights. The familiar smell of developing chemicals always comforts me. As I hung the film strips to dry, the star rails looked great. But then something unusual caught my eye. On one roll, sharp geometric streaks cut across the sky, not random lines, but deliberate light patterns. Triangles, diamonds, and what appeared to be a faintly glowing white hexagon demanded my attention. I double-checked the negatives, thinking it might be a processing error. When I enlarged the frames, the shapes became even more bizarre. Unlike the blurred stars from the long exposure, these shapes remained sharp and rigid. I showed the prints to Claire, a fellow photography student, who suggested it might be like graffiti or a film glitch. I agreed, but something about those shapes kept nagging at me. Attempts to reshoot the next night were thwarted by cloudy skies. Days later, returning to the dark room to make more prints, I found the space empty. Those strange geometric shapes were still etched in my mind. Carver, the janitor, gave me an odd look when I greeted him. At my locker, I discovered a shocking development. The geometric street prints had vanished completely. Not just a few, but the entire set. Now, a few nights earlier, men in black suits had come by after hours. They were intensely interested in lights, long exposures, and capturing things that weren't meant to be seen. Their primary concern centered on whether anyone had been taking sky photographs, seeming worried about too much light and hidden details. Over the next weeks, unsettling events began to unfold. My phone battery drained unusually fast, and I'd catch fleeting movements outside my window that vanished when I looked. One late night while driving home, my headlights briefly dimmed. I stopped visiting the ridge and kept quiet about everything. Then a cryptic email arrived from an unknown address. "You've seen too much light lately." That night, I thought I saw a shadow outside my apartment that disappeared when I tried to focus on it. I attempted to convince myself it was just a streetlight playing tricks. Eventually, I moved my negatives and prints to a safer location, though the men in black suits never reappeared. A persistent unease remained. Something about those encounters felt deeply wrong, like I'd stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to know. I'm not a professional, just someone deeply curious about the unexplained. For weeks, I'd been scouring public satellite data, always hunting for something unusual: UFOs, secret military sites, restricted areas. One afternoon, I discovered something intriguing. Satellite light images revealed a section of land in southern Utah, right near a military testing zone boundary. Every map marked this area as off-limits, but the photos showed something extraordinary. Perfectly symmetrical geometric shapes were carved into the desert floor. These indentations looked deliberate, yet no one seemed to have noticed or mentioned them anywhere. I meticulously downloaded and enhanced the images, then posted a detailed thread on a small online forum. I included precise coordinates, zoomed-in views, and overlays that highlighted the mysterious shapes. My goal was simple: get other people to see what I'd found and share their thoughts. That night, as I lay in bed, my mind raced. Those shapes seemed purposeful. Who had access to this land? Why was it completely restricted? I felt like I'd uncovered something someone wanted to keep hidden. When I first hesitated to explain, something about the encounter made me pause. Around midnight, an unease settled over me. In knocking broke the silence of my isolated workplace. I worked as a night security guard at the Mount Kelsey Observatory, a remote facility nestled on a ridge about 40 miles outside of Flagstaff, Arizona, surrounded by pine trees. For almost 3 years, this had been my routine, watching over the quiet facility through long, dark nights. But this night was different. The knocking started precisely, like a metronome, every 3 minutes, sharp and deliberate against my door. I tried calling a friend, but my phone showed no signal. Strange, since reception was usually reliable here. Nervously, I checked all locks and windows, ensuring everything was secure. Sitting near the door, I listened. The knocking continued relentlessly. When I peered through the peephole, the hallway appeared completely empty. No one was there, yet the sound seemed to echo faintly down the corridor. I contemplated calling the police, but hesitated. What would I say? Someone was knocking, but no one was present. Hours passed. I didn't sleep, just watched the door, waiting. The experience was terrifying, like being observed in an unnaturally menacing way. The air near the door grew inexplicably cold, despite my heater running. A quiet, steady buzzing underlay everything. When the first sunlight crept through my window, the knocking abruptly ceased. The hallway fell silent. I didn't open the door until mid-morning. When I finally did, nothing remained. No footprints, no notes, nothing. Later that day, I discovered something even more disturbing. The online thread I had posted about satellite images had vanished, deleted without explanation or warning. Then the unexpected happened. A man in a dark suit, the kind you'd see in old government agent movies, appeared. No smile, no greeting, just a chilling question. "What do you think you saw?" His voice was quiet yet commanding, as if expecting an immediate response. "Excuse me," I stammered. He repeated the question, this time more like a warning than a query. Quickly, I shut and locked the door, my heart pounding. Those shapes on my film, those mysterious men, I never understood what they meant. In the end, I stopped photographing the night sky. Something just didn't feel right anymore. I saw something I wasn't meant to see, a secret hanging in the night sky that would change everything. The observatory stood isolated, surrounded by nothing but empty landscape, perfect for unobstructed telescopes and long, quiet night shifts. That mid-October evening was crisp and clear, with a thin moon barely casting light across the grounds. As I patrolled the perimeter around midnight, something unusual caught my attention over the eastern ridge. 2 bright spheres hovered silently, unlike anything I'd seen before. These weren't typical aircraft lights. They glowed with an intense, pale blue-white color, positioned about 50 feet apart, just above the tree line, completely motionless and silent. Grabbing my binoculars and flashlight, I watched carefully for nearly 5 minutes. When I radioed the control room, they instructed me to observe but not approach. Suddenly, the spheres began rising slowly upward, moving faster than any helicopter or drone I'd ever witnessed. Within seconds, they vanished into the sky. I spent the rest of my shift searching for explanations, checking cameras, walking the grounds, looking for any signs of disturbance. Nothing. No footprints, no vehicles, no evidence remained. The next morning changed everything. My manager, Jeff, was waiting, looking tense and guarded. Before I could speak, 2 men entered the office, Homeland Security agents, wearing crisp black suits. Their badges showed only numbers, 0473 and 8921. Their eyes were unnerving, unblinking, staring ahead with an almost inhuman intensity. What began as a routine night shift had become something far more complex. I knew then that the mysterious spheres I'd witnessed were just the beginning of a story much larger than myself. The night I encountered those spheres near Fallon, Nevada, defies explanation. My name is Jake, an urban explorer passionate about forgotten places. I'm not the type who recklessly breaks into sites, but someone genuinely curious about hidden history. My mission that October day involved a decommissioned missile silo tucked away in the scrubland. The site was fenced off, but not completely secure. A large concrete opening revealed where the missile had been stored, leading deep underground. Late afternoon sunlight cast an orange glow, and a dry, chilly wind whispered across the landscape. I parked my truck on a distant dirt road and approached on foot. Later, officials questioned me methodically, repeating the details from my initial report. The spheres, their movement, the eerie silence. I described everything exactly as I'd seen it. They listened intently, exchanging occasional glances, never taking notes. Jeff stayed nearby, but remained quiet. After about 20 minutes, they left abruptly, offering no explanation or further instructions. Just before exiting, I caught a whispered fragment about restricted airspace and non-conventional aerial phenomena. Something felt off. The rest of the day seemed strange. Cameras showed intermittent static, and Jeff avoided my gaze as if he was hiding something. That night, while walking the observatory's perimeter, I saw them again. The two spheres hovered in the exact same spot, silent and still. A low electrical hum filled the air. The forest around me felt unnaturally quiet. No wind, no wildlife sounds, as if everything had stopped breathing. When I looked at the spheres, something unusual happened. One seemed to flicker, almost like a digital glitch. My stomach tightened. Slowly, they began moving toward the main telescope dome. I tried to radio the control room, but my voice came out distorted, overwhelmed by static. For 10 minutes, the lights hovered above the dome, then vanished without a trace. The weird feeling lingered, unexplained and unsettling, but some memories refused to fade. The silent spheres hovering in the forest stillness. I kept working the night shifts, always alert. Every time the wind died down and the sky went completely quiet, the familiar unease would creep back. Would the spheres return? I don't have clear answers, just a collection of inexplicable moments that keep me glancing over my shoulder. The concrete walls bore cracks and faded graffiti. Silence enveloped me, broken only by the crunch of my boots on gravel. Peering into a dark shaft that seemed bottomless, my phone's flashlight offered minimal illumination. Something strange was happening. Security cameras occasionally captured movement just beyond the frame, too swift for a person, too indistinct for an animal. Faint footprints led nowhere, and small scorched brass patches dotted the area near equipment sheds. When I mentioned these details to Jeff, he dismissed them as random animal activity or disturbances. After that night, the strange spheres stopped appearing. The agents never returned. Jeff remained silent, but an unsettling sense of being watched persisted. Those eyes haunted me. Sleep became elusive in the days that followed. As I prepared to investigate further, I rigged a rope harness to lower myself into the shaft. Something flickered in the shadows, a faint glow, almost like phone or lantern light. I hesitated, then dismissed it as a trick of light. Nobody else was supposed to be here. Descending about 20 feet, I noticed the walls were damp. The smell of old metal and earth mixed together. The earlier glow had vanished, but my flashlight caught a series of irregular pulsating blue and white lights along the shaft's far side. I called out, but my voice bounced weirdly off the concrete, met with silence. My heart raced as I climbed back up, though I couldn't explain why. Driving back toward town, headlights cutting through darkness. The only illumination came from stars and a distant glow from Fallon. My truck's gauges went strange for a moment, and the radio burst to life with a low electrical hum that faded almost instantly. At home, my apartment looked normal, clothes scattered, books stacked in their typical messy order. Gradually, some semblance of normality returned, yet some experiences leave an indelible mark, a persistent reminder that not everything can be easily explained. When I reached my truck, I noticed my phone signal was gone. No unusual in remote areas, but the radio was dead too. No static, just complete silence. In my mailbox sat a single envelope. Photograph. No envelope, just a note sprawled on the back in messy handwriting. We're not buried that deep. Out here on the outskirts of Ashford, Washington, my small cabin sits right on the edge of wilderness. I've always been drawn to recording unusual things. Maybe it's a hobby, maybe an obsession. Strange occurrences fascinate me. My name's Lisa Moreno. A week earlier, something bizarre had happened that still sent chills down my spine. I'd found a grainy black and white photo on my doorstep, taken from above, showing the silo at night. In the picture, my own silhouette stood at the edge of the silo's opening, hands resting on the concrete rim looking down. I couldn't explain how someone had taken this photo. My apartment was locked tight, with only me and the landlord having keys. I'd returned to the silo during the day, both alone and with friends, but found nothing unusual. No footprints, no sounds, no evidence of anyone else being here. Then came the night I was driving by the silo at dusk. My truck's radio suddenly died, and that familiar low, steady hum returned. I stepped outside into an eerie silence. Even the cicadas had gone quiet. Just beyond the tree line, I saw it again. A faint, flickering light hovering between blue and white. It wasn't a helicopter or plane. No wings, no sound. I wanted to call out, but the words caught in my throat. After a few minutes, the light dimmed and vanished as if it had never existed. Since then, strange occurrences have become almost routine. My porch lights flicker mysteriously at night. My phone glitches constantly. Unexplained photos appear in my gallery, just static and indecipherable shapes. That original photo still haunts me, leaving me with more questions than answers. I'm not sure if I want to know the truth, but I can't stop looking. Last week, something caught my attention near the lake. While messing around with my phone's camera, I noticed these faint lights flickering over the water. They moved in patterns that defied explanation. No planes, no bats, not fireflies. These were small orbs hovering and zipping in ways that simply didn't make sense. I captured video that night. The night was thick with anticipation. I was standing on the dock just after midnight, camera in hand, and the lake lay flat and silent, swallowing every sound. Thick clouds obscured the moon, and the air felt heavy with the promise of rain. I'd been seeing strange lights over the past few nights, and tonight I was determined to capture them. They pulsed in a loose circle, darting up and down with an almost deliberate motion. No sound disturbed the silence. At the gas station where I work on the outskirts of Salem, Oregon, something unusual began to unfold. When I showed the video clips to Jamie over coffee the next morning, he suggested it might be a drone. But something felt different. The movements weren't mechanical, and drones don't typically hide in fog. Weird occurrences started to multiply. My cabin experienced subtle power disruptions. One night, while editing video, the lights dimmed and went out completely for about 10 seconds, affecting only my space. When power returned, my laptop had frozen inexplicably. My phone began acting strangely too, with GPS randomly shutting off and the compass spinning erratically, especially near the lake. I kept returning to the lake, hoping to understand what I was seeing. The night before everything changed, I decided to sleep early and skip my usual late-night observation. Around 3 a.m., a sound at the door woke me. I had actually locked the porch door that night, which was unusual since I rarely get visitors. The sound wasn't a knock, but a soft, dragging shuffle across the wooden porch. Heart pounding, I approached the peephole. A man stood there, dressed entirely in black jacket, pants, boots, with no hat or gloves. His face was hidden in shadow, but I could tell he was staring directly at the door. I didn't open it. Instead, I whispered, "Who are you?" Silence answered me. Just as I was about to call 911, I noticed something on the porch floor, a photo. I cracked the door open and picked it up. It was faded, yellowed at the edges, like it had been tucked away in a wallet for years. When I looked up, the man was gone. No footsteps, no sign he'd walked away. The photo was of me, not a recent picture, but one from my childhood. I was maybe 6 or 7, standing in a park, smiling and wearing the blue jacket my mom bought me that winter. I turned the photo over. Nothing was written on the back. That night, sleep evaded me. The next day, I showed it to Jamie. He examined it closely and asked where I got it. After I explained what happened, he frowned. "That's unsettling," he said. We dare agreed to keep it between us. Over the next few days, I kept watching for the man, but he never returned. Strange things had begun, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something significant was about to change. Night shifts at the convenience store on a lonely highway through Indianapolis forests have always been quiet. Most customers just pass through, grabbing coffee or filling their tanks before long drives. I'm Tyler, and until that Tuesday night in early October, I never believed in strange stories. The weather had been dreary, grey clouds hanging low, occasional light drizzle, giving way to a bone-chilling night. Wind whispered through trees, creating an eerie emptiness that set me on edge. The kind of cold that seeps through your jacket, making you regret not grabbing a warmer layer. About 3 hours into my shift, I was scrolling mindlessly when the door's bell rang. 2 men entered, exactly alike. Same height, same dark hair, slicked back, wearing identical black suits that looked custom-tailored from another era. They didn't look around. No eye contact. Just standing perfectly still at the counter like twin statues. "I'll take a pack of Marlboro," one said in a flat, emotionless tone. 2 black coffees," added the other. I rang up their purchase, and they paid with crisp $100 bills, leaving no room for conversation. Something felt immediately off. A strange smell surrounded them, not quite smoke, not quite ozone, but reminiscent of the air before a thunderstorm. Metallic and intense, it was unnatural, yet not entirely unpleasant. The scent seemed to seep into every corner of the store. Just before leaving, the first man leaned close and whispered something that sent a chill down my spine. "The sky is safer." Unknown numbers would call my phone, never leaving messages. The lake lights continued to flicker, and I felt watched, even inside the said cabin. One evening, a soft tapping came from the window, but when I looked, nothing was there. I started carrying a flashlight and pepper spray whenever I went outside. I couldn't connect the man to the lights or the weird glitches. I didn't know why he had the photo or what he wanted to tell me, but something changed after that night. I began noticing things I'd overlooked before, how the fog rolls in too quickly, how power sometimes blinks in half a house, those quiet moments when the world feels paused, holding its breath. At night, looking over the lake, I sometimes see shapes moving just beyond the trees. The photo sits on my desk next to my camera. I haven't shown it to anyone else. Nights started getting weird. The sky turned pitch black, completely different from the rainy forecast. Street lamps cast odd shadows that didn't match anything around them. Sometimes I'd catch a dark shape moving between pine trees, vanishing the moment I looked directly at it. The security cameras began acting strange too. One night, the black cars, usually parked in a corner, simply disappeared. 33 seconds of static, and then they were back as if nothing happened. When I mentioned it to the manager, he just told me to reset the system and forget about it. Soft sounds started haunting me. A low humming like a distant machine. I'd step outside to investigate, but nothing moved. No headlights, no people, just silence. Then came the pale light. One night I saw it gliding smoothly above the treetops, round and faint. Nothing like a plane or helicopter. It vanished behind clouds, leaving the sky darker than before. My co-workers laughed when I described it, claiming it was just fog or airplane lights. But the night was crystal clear. A week after those men's visit, everything felt different. The store seemed to be waiting, holding its breath. When the bell jingled that night, my heart raced. But it was just a woman grabbing a soda. Something had changed, though. Something fundamental. The smell lingered. The atmosphere had shifted, and I knew something was different, even if I couldn't explain exactly what. I was close to 4 a.m. with a strong wind rattling the building's siding. Almost done with my shift, I was wiping down the counters and thinking about getting home. The door jingled and 2 men walked in. Same black suits, same slick hair, same blank faces. They approached the counter silently, bringing back that thick, cold smell. The first man spoke right away. "The sky's safer when it's empty," he said quietly, almost like a warning. My throat went dry. I wanted to ask what he meant, but could only nod, feeling trapped in a strange dream. They handed me a plain envelope with no markings. "Keep it safe," the second man said before they left without another word. Confused, I asked him to repeat himself. He simply nodded and walked out with his companion, leaving behind that inexplicable cold smell that lingered long after they'd gone. The heat had blasted hot air as I tried to shake off the strange encounter. Those 2 men had left something behind, a feeling that hung in the air like thick smoke. My shifts at the gas station have become different since that night. After those men left, something changed. I found an envelope with just a few blurry photos of the night sky, strange lights and long shadows stretching over the trees near where I work. The night I saw those lights was unlike anything I'd experienced before. Driving through the countryside, the sky suddenly transformed. Greens and blues danced across the darkness, pulsing with an almost rhythmic quality. These weren't northern lights or a typical storm. I pulled over, the cold air sharp against my skin. Fog curled around my boots as I stepped out. The sky was alive, moving with an almost hypnotic energy. Electricity seemed to hang in the air, yet everything was eerily silent, except for a soft rustle of trees. When I tried to capture the moment on my phone, something felt off. The screen flickered, and the camera refused to focus properly. The light faded quickly, melting away like smoke, leaving only faint stars barely visible through the fog. Now, during my night shifts, I keep watching the sky, waiting. I don't expect those men to return, but sometimes when the wind picks up and the night goes quiet, I feel like something is watching from the treetops. That cold smell comes back occasionally, usually right before the sky seems to darken more than it should. 20 minutes after that strange sky event, I pulled into my driveway and noticed something immediately. A message was scratched across my windshield. At first, I thought it was just a smear, but when I wiped it, the words became clear. Look up less. The etching looked fresh, as if someone had just used a key to carve it minutes ago. Then I saw the black sedan parked down the street. No markings, no headlights, but the engine was running softly in the night. No one was inside. I stood on my porch watching, unnerved. Was this a prank? The car remained motionless, idling like it was waiting. I still don't understand what it all meant. The sky might be safer when it's empty, but it sure doesn't feel safe to me. Lately, strange occurrences had been increasingly unsettling my neighborhood. A mysterious black car would appear and vanish without warning, its engine always running but never revealing any occupants. Sometimes it would momentarily disappear, only to reappear a block away. At night, peculiar sounds began to emerge. A low humming, like a distant transformer, would drift from the woods behind my house. Then came the night everything changed. Around 3 a.m., a brilliant white light suddenly flooded my bedroom, transforming the space into midday brightness. Dressed and cautious, I went outside to investigate. Thick fog hung low around the trees, and an eerie silence blanketed the street. The car was nowhere to be seen. The next morning, a chilling message appeared on the old maple tree in my front yard. Stop watching. The handwriting matched the previous message on my windshield, jagged yet deliberate. I spoke with neighbors who reported similar experiences. Some mentioned unusual skylights, while one neighbor noted his dog had been barking inexplicably for hours. A sense of being watched consumed me, not by a physical presence, but something more ethereal. Shadows and street lamps seemed out of place. A faint glow lingered behind the tree line. Late at night, I stopped venturing outside after dark. One evening, I thought I heard footsteps in the leaves near my back door, but seeing nothing when I checked, I dismissed it as wind-blown branches scratching the window. Communication became difficult. When I tried calling a friend, there was no answer. The next day, I discovered something was wrong with my phone, adding another layer to the growing mystery. I was out by myself on Devil's Ridge, a little spot I'd found while hiking near Flagstaff, Arizona. The skies were clear, away from city lights. It was late September, with a dry, crisp air. Once the sun dipped below the horizon, it grew colder than expected. I had my camera gear, tripod, lenses, and phone. I locked the door inside. The next morning, I shared the story with my neighbors, but no one had any answers. The weird light, the mysterious message, the strange car, all remained unexplained. Everything just in time for the Milky Way to start showing. The night was pitch black, stars scattered across the sky. On a narrow rock outcrop, a figure stood motionless, dressed entirely in black. I was like a statue, a silhouette against the starry backdrop. The place was silent, with only the occasional whistle of wind through scrub and pine needles. I was focused on capturing the stars, adjusting the aperture, and checking my exposure. The sky was stunning, dark, and packed with stars, just as I'd hoped. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something on the ridge across the little valley. I couldn't make out any features, just an unmoving shape. Thinking it might be another late-night photographer or hiker, I called out softly, "Hey, you okay over here?" No response. I tried again, a bit louder. Silence. The figure wasn't walking away or hidden. It simply disappeared as if someone had flipped a switch. Blinking in disbelief, I saw nothing where the figure had been. My battery was dead, even though I charged it fully the night before. The signal was weak, like I was in a dead zone, despite my house usually having 4 bars. The more I tried to make sense of it, the more disconnected everything felt. Time slipped weirdly, with some hours passing faster than others. I'd glance at the clock and swear it had jumped ahead by 10 or 15 minutes. A few nights later, I was sitting on my porch smoking a cigarette when a black car rolled slowly down the street. Its headlights were off and the engine was quiet. It stopped in front of my house and just sat there for a long minute. No one got out. I stared back, heart thumping, until the car finally pulled away, disappearing into the fog. After that, the messages stopped, and the lights faded from the sky. The black car didn't show up again. I went back to normal routines, but sometimes when I'm driving home late or sitting alone outside, I feel that same quiet watching feeling creep back in. It's subtle, like a soft pressure on the back of my neck. I've checked my windshield and the tree. The scratches have all but faded. I don't know who or what left those messages or why that car kept showing up. I don't know what the lights were or what it meant when they said look up less, but something was here, something I still don't fully understand. An unnerving experience gripped me during a night at Devil's Ridge. While alone in this remote location, I wrestled with uncertainty about what I was witnessing. My camera trembled in my hands as an unfamiliar number suddenly appeared, followed by a distorted, chilling voice declaring, "We're watching." The cold desert air seemed to grow even colder. I tried to convince myself it was just a prank, but the voice didn't sound like a joke. Deciding to head home, I took a long route through winding roads. The radio crackled with static, and shadows seemed to dance around me. Multiple times I caught glimpses of headlights in the rearview mirror, only to find nothing when I looked directly. Exhausted and on edge, I finally reached home. Checking my phone revealed no missed calls, texts, or unusual activity. The next day, my friends and I returned to the ridge, searching for footprints or signs of disturbance, but found nothing. The rocks and ground remained undisturbed. Later that night, from my bedroom window, I spotted a shadow slipping between trees across the street. I attempted to rationalize it as a neighbor or stray animal, but deep down, I knew something was different. My work as a security guard at a military base near Hawthorne, Nevada, typically involves routine overnight shifts. Around 3 a.m. one night, while scrolling through perimeter camera feeds, a camera focused on a remote road caught my attention. At 3:02 a.m., a black sedan from the late 90s or early 2000s pulled up without headlights. The figures moved unnaturally, seeming to glide inches above the ground with an unnerving smoothness. They stood rigidly without blinking or typical head movements, maintaining this stance for 2 full minutes. Something about their shadows felt fundamentally wrong. Since that night, I've returned to Devil's Ridge multiple times, searching for answers. The experience continues to haunt me. Out there, I sense a quiet pressure, like unseen eyes watching. Occasionally, my phone lights up with unrecognized numbers, but answering reveals only silence. I can't explain what I saw or who those figures were. All I know is that something was definitely paying attention that night, something not quite right, observing from just beyond view, under the dark, star-filled sky. I was hiking alone in the Cascades, somewhere between Snoqualmie and Stevens Pass, late October. Something caught my attention during my night shift at the base. The streetlights should have illuminated the 2 men, but their shapes were clear, without any shadows on the pavement or nearby rocks. I leaned closer to the screen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. A walkie-talkie crackled, breaking the silence. Another guard called in, asking if I was witnessing the same strange scene. I described the car and the men, my voice uncertain. Just as quickly as they appeared, the 2 men stepped back toward the car. Their movement was unnatural, their feet lifted off the ground, gliding back like something out of a bizarre dream. The car started moving forward without headlights, then vanished into the darkness. When I tried to rewind and slow down the video, the feed suddenly cut out. All monitors blinked off for a second before returning with normal daytime footage. The entire 3 a.m. recording had disappeared completely. My supervisor dismissed my concerns, telling me to focus on routine patrols, but something wasn't right. I asked other guards about what happened, but they either hadn't seen anything or weren't talking. For the next few nights, I stayed near that camera's feed, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever had occurred. Nothing. No black car, no gliding men. The area remained completely silent, with only the wind and a distant bass hum breaking the stillness. A few days later, driving home on the same stretch of road, I spotted a car parked on the side. No lights, just sitting there. I slowed down, thinking someone might need help, but the car was empty. Local residents started sharing their own strange stories. They spoke of weird lights near the base, unexplained noises in the hills, and movements that defied logic. These weren't typical ghost stories. These people looked genuinely troubled. I can't explain what I saw that night. Was it a military test? Something else entirely? The way those men moved, the missing shadows, the vanishing footage. None of it made sense. I still work at the base watching the cameras. The 3 a.m. feed is now under extra security, and sometimes when the night is quiet and the wind rises just right, I swear I can feel eyes watching from the dark hills outside. The forest trail was quiet that day, with an early fall chill hanging in the air and the sky heavy with clouds. My name's Claire, and I work in graphic design in Seattle, a city where strange things sometimes happen. And I needed to escape into nature, so I headed out around noon for a 5 or 6 mile hike. The trail was mostly empty, with just occasional runners and dog walkers passing by. About 3 miles in, something caught my eye near a cluster of ferns. A black briefcase sitting perfectly upright on the dirt. It was completely unmarked with no logos, just a scratched matte black surface that looked dragged across rough ground. Walking closer, I examined it carefully. The briefcase was locked tight with no visible keyhole or combination lock, reminiscent of a hard-shell camera equipment case, but completely sealed. I tried jiggling the handle, shaking it a bit, but it didn't budge. Thinking someone might have accidentally dropped it, I continued hiking. But something had changed. The forest felt different, heavier somehow. Usual sounds seemed muted, as if someone had turned down the world's volume. Bird calls and leaf rustling felt distant and strange. When I reached my turnaround point and looked back, the briefcase was gone, completely vanished without a trace, no footprints, no disturbed ferns, nothing. The weirdness didn't end there. In the days that followed, I kept feeling watched. My phone started acting strange, battery draining quickly, calls breaking up with static, the screen flickering unexpectedly. Something about that briefcase had shifted something, though I couldn't explain what or how. A crop circle had appeared overnight on a farm just outside my hometown of Melrose, Nebraska. My usual assignments for the Melrose Gazette involved county fairs and city council meetings, but this felt different. Something pulled me to investigate. Just after dusk, I arrived at the scene. The sky hung heavy with mist rolling in from the Platte River. A recent rain had made the farm's dirt road Solovtic, muddy, with cornfield shadows stretching on both sides. Tall stalks brushed against low clouds, and the air carried a damp scent mixed with something metallic and indescribable. I parked near the field's edge, camera and notepad in hand, having already gotten the go-ahead from my editor. The farmer, Hank, seemed uneasy but allowed me to explore. Days later, another strange encounter would unsettle me. I returned to the trailhead to clear my head, parking and walking down the path when a peculiar man caught my attention. He wore a pristine black suit and tie, standing near the parking lot's edge with short, dark, neatly combed hair. His eyes were what truly unnerved me, hollow like empty sockets, with nothing behind them. When I first saw the briefcase, I couldn't shake a strange connection to the man who had watched me silently as I walked down the rail. He turned and walked away, his footsteps quiet on the gravel. On subsequent hikes, I carefully searched the area where the briefcase had been, but found no trace. Though I didn't see the man again in person, fleeting glimpses of a figure in a black suit with those same empty eyes would occasionally appear just beyond my peripheral vision. Questions haunted me. What was in that briefcase? Why was it there? Why did it vanish? I had no answers, only a strange sense that something was watching, waiting, or attempting to communicate in a way I couldn't comprehend. The corn circle stretched about 50 feet wide, with perfect rings and lines that looked almost too precise, like someone had used a stencil. Every stalk was bent but not broken, and the ground remained wet. This was recent, definitely. Silence struck me first. It was one of those moments where the world just stopped making noise. No insects, no rustling leaves, nothing except the soft squish of my boots in mud. Even the farm dogs down the road were quiet, which felt deeply unnatural. I started taking photos and jotting notes, my breath misting in the cool air. Something strange was happening with my phone. The battery dropped from 70% to 20% in less than 10 minutes, though I hadn't been using it much. Maybe the dampness was interfering. Stepping back, I surveyed the scene. Thick mist swirled in the low light, and all corn stalks seemed to close in, almost blocking my view beyond the field's edge. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind me. I spun around, heart racing, but saw nothing. Just the cornfield moving gently in the breeze. Then came the voices. Low, calm male voices speaking just out of earshot. I could almost hear a question being repeated twice. Curious, I started walking toward the sound, trying to locate whoever was speaking. Two men emerged through the fog, wearing black suits, business style, no ties, shoes polished despite the mud. They looked completely out of place in a nighttime cornfield. One of them looked directly at me. Inner man leaned close and whispered, "Are you prepared for what's beneath the soil?" His soft voice cut through the silence sharply. The mist rolled thick over Melrose. Standing there, all the corn looked undisturbed, as if nothing out of the ordinary had ever happened. I rarely spoke about what occurred that night. The circle, the men, the lingering question that never seemed to find an answer. I asked, "What do you mean?" They didn't respond. The second man just stared, his dark eyes unreadable. As I took a step back, my skin prickling, the mist seemed to thicken between us. Before I could speak again, they turned and walked deeper into the field, fading into the fog like ghosts. I called out, but the mist swallowed my voice. I stood there for a long time trying to make sense of the voices, the cryptic question, and their sudden, inexplicable appearance. Sometimes I wondered if it had been just a strange dream or something more real, something I couldn't quite explain. My photos from that night still haunted me. The mist seemed denser than I remembered, almost like a heavy curtain. I started with the black sedan. At first I thought nothing of it, just another car parked on the street around 11 p.m. on a quiet Tuesday night. Clean with completely blacked out windows and no license plates, it sat perfectly parallel to the curb. I stepped onto my porch to get a better look, but the driver remained motionless, engine off. My neighbor Tim saw. Nothing unusual when I asked, but over the next week, the car returned each night at the same time, never moving, never making a sound. From my living room window, I watched, certain someone was inside, despite the tinted windows that blocked any view. That stretch of highway was mostly empty at night. I pulled over at a roadside overlook to stretch and get some air. The sky was clear, stars bright, with a slight chill in the air. While scrolling through old photos on my phone, I glanced up and saw something hovering about 50 feet above the highway center line, a dark shape that didn't belong. The night I saw was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. This object just hung there, smooth and rounded, without any of the typical features you'd expect from an aircraft. No wings, no blinking lights, no sound, just suspended in perfect stillness. As I tried to capture it with my phone, focusing was nearly impossible. The object seemed to absorb the light around it. Nothing glamorous, just me, my truck, and a camera. Late April found me out in the Oklahoma plains, northwest of Tulsa, tracking a brewing storm that was pure electricity. The sky looked insane, a dark gray and green blend that felt charged with raw energy. Empty back roads stretched before me as I followed a funnel cloud. Wind howled, dust whipping everywhere, while the storm built momentum. I pulled onto a gravel shoulder, set up my tripod, and started filming from a safe distance. The cloud rotated steadily, thick at its base, tearing across the flat landscape. My focus was typical storm chaser routine, watching swirling dust, distant lightning, cloud movements and shifts. But then something caught my eye that didn't belong. A faint shimmer flickered, like a heat reflection or strange haze blurring its edges against the sky. Street lights below seemed to struggle, flickering as if battling some unseen force. After a few minutes, it drifted silently to the right, vanishing over the trees. Days later, a black sedan started appearing outside my house. Tinted windows, no lights, just sitting there watching. I tried rationalizing it, maybe neighborhood surveillance. But why me? I had no enemies, no debts, no recent conflicts. The only difference was the photos I'd taken. Something compelled me to keep them secret, telling no one. One night while smoking outside, I noticed a shadow moving behind the sedan's windows. The driver slowly turned, tracking my movements. I retreated inside, locking doors and checking windows, wondering if paranoia was overwhelming me. Then came the knock. Not typical, but soft and deliberate, minimizing sound while demanding attention. I opened the door slightly to find a man in a perfectly pressed black suit, no tie. He seemed ordinary, yet his demeanor suggested rehearsed precision. No greeting, no smile, just a business card with a single line of text. Forget the pictures. His whispered instruction hung in the air. Before I could respond, he turned and walked away. The street was empty. No waiting car, no other presence, just silence and that cryptic message. The storm was brewing and something caught my eye. At first glance, it looked like debris, but its movement was too smooth, too precise to be random. This was something different. A metallic object hovered near the storm's edge, gleaming in the fading sunlight. Roughly the size of a small car, its oval shape seemed almost deliberate, like it was watching the swirling winds, not just caught in them. My heart raced as I kept filming, trying to hold the camera steady while the wind picked up and rain began to spit. The entire encounter lasted maybe 2 minutes. In the days that followed, strange things started happening. Someone slipped me an unusually smooth card. My video mysteriously vanished from YouTube without explanation. When I tried to re-upload from my backup, it wouldn't process. Other forum members who had saved the clip experienced the same thing. Then came the bizarre phone call. An unknown number. The caller claimed to be an insurance agent, but something felt off. Their tone was clinical, almost robotic, like they were reading from a prepared script. They talked about routine cognitive checks related to high-risk weather events. When I pressed for details, the line went silent and disconnected. Attempts to call back found the number was already dead. Now in quiet moments, I catch myself glancing out windows, half expecting to see those blacked-out windows staring back. I don't know who that caller was or what they wanted. The photos remain on my phone, and when I look at them I see more than just a shape hovering over the highway. Something is watching back, something I don't think I'm supposed to see. Big Taro National Forest was calm that early October day. Leaves were just starting to change, with a crisp edge hinting at winter's approach. I'd chosen a less popular trail seeking solitude and hoping to capture some landscape photos. Initially, everything seemed routine. Birds sang, leaves rustled, distant streams provided background music. My recent experiences had already left me unsettled. Files mysteriously corrupted, random phone beeps with no notifications, fleeting reflections and quick cloud flashes suggested something trying to stay hidden. One night while driving, my radio cut out completely for 5 minutes. No static, just absolute silence. Halfway through my hike, crossing a small ridge into a hollow, something dramatically changed. The forest went completely silent. Not just quiet, but utterly muted. No bird calls, no wind, no animal movements. Even the distant stream's gurgle had vanished. I stopped, standing still, trying to rationalize this extraordinary silence. Then I saw it. What first appeared as a black spot gradually resolved into something else entirely. A helicopter hovered about 20 feet above ground, completely motionless, except for slowly spinning blades. This wasn't like any rescue or ranger helicopter. Its matte black surface bore no markings and emitted a low, almost mechanical humming. Beneath the helicopter, 3 figures stood in a tight, unmoving line. They were dressed in uniform black, with no discernible details, no faces, no movement, just dark statue-like shapes. My brain screamed to move, but my body remained frozen. Hands slightly shaking, I raised my camera and took a few pictures. Weeks turned into months with no contact, no interview, no explanation. I still chase storms, but now I'm more cautious. Keeping distance from funnels and anything too unusual feels safer. The metallic shimmer of that scene remains burned into my memory, an experience I cannot explain. I wasn't part of any storm or forest encounter I'd experienced before. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. That morning in the forest clearing remains burned into my memory, unnaturally quiet, almost too silent. A helicopter appeared suddenly, gliding soundlessly over the treetops before vanishing without a trace. 3 mysterious figures stood there moments earlier, then disappeared just as quickly. When I scanned the area, no evidence remained of their presence. A strange chill ran through me despite the warm air. My subsequent work commute seemed normal at first. About 10 minutes in, I noticed a black SUV trailing me, tinted windows, no visible license plates. Initially, I thought it might be coincidental, but the vehicle stayed close, matching every turn I made through the back roads. At a downtown red light, the passenger window rolled down. A man leaned out, his voice low and unnervingly calm. "Forests don't like company," he said. Those words sent a chill down my spine. I didn't respond. When the light changed, I drove off. The SUV maintained its distance, before eventually disappearing. Those words haunted me. Was it a warning? I tried to dismiss it as a random comment, but it lingered in my mind. Over the next few days, I watched for the SUV, but it never reappeared. Still, I felt constantly observed. My phone battery drained faster, and I'd catch fleeting movements in my peripheral vision, shadows that vanished when I looked directly. I might have written it off as stress or fatigue, but the memory of that silent forest clearing remained vivid. The three motionless figures seemed like they belonged to another world entirely. I never returned to that part of the forest. I can't explain what happened that day, but sometimes when the wind is still and the trees stand silent, I feel those dark shapes watching from somewhere out there. My name is Jamie Towle. I live in Asheville, North Carolina, and I started this podcast almost 2 years ago as a side project. I've always been drawn to strange stories that most people dismiss as conspiracy or urban legends. I've been chasing local mysteries for years. Nothing wild, just those odd stories that never quite add up. A month back, I released an episode about a forgotten UFO sighting from the 1970s. Walt, a trucker, reported seeing something extraordinary. The podcast episode about strange lights near Cherokee went viral unexpectedly, attracting more listeners than anything I'd previously produced. Digging through archived audio interviews, I carefully pieced together the original story, which most locals treated like an old campfire tale. Then the weird occurrences began. Voicemails started arriving on my podcast line, initially just static, like a poor phone connection. But within days, something changed dramatically. A deep, distorted voice began repeating the same cryptic message, "Turn back the signal." The calls came almost daily, always at night, always with that same mysterious phrase. Sometimes the static would spike so intensely it would make my phone vibrate violently. Despite trying to block the number, it kept changing. No caller ID, no traceable origin. My friends dismissed it as podcast hype or an internet prank, yet something felt fundamentally wrong. A week after the episode launched, I discovered all my recording equipment had vanished. Every microphone, recorder, mixer, and set of headphones was gone. Living alone on the town's outskirts with no easy access for others, I checked every entry point. No signs of forced entry. It was as if someone had a key and knew exactly what to take. The real shock came when I found a single microphone placed precisely in the center of my welcome mat, an old handheld interview mic deliberately positioned. When I picked it up, I noticed a word carved into its metal body near the base. Silence. I called the police, but they treated it as a routine burglary with little interest. Something was happening, something beyond a simple theft, and I knew my UFO story had stirred up something I didn't understand. The silence in my apartment felt heavier, like something was watching me. Hoping to end whatever was happening, I shut down the podcast and deleted the episode about Walt, but something else started. When I tried recording ambient sounds, the playback would have static and low whispers underneath. The problem started with persistent interference. I tried everything, wiped my phone, reset my computer, but something kept breaking through. Then, right around midnight, a soft, deliberate knock landed at my door. On the porch ledge sat a small, worn cassette tape. No labels, no markings. Curiosity pulled me to play it on my old tape player. Initially, just silence, punctuated by a low rhythmic pulse, like a distant heartbeat. Then a deep voice emerged, clearer than before, calm yet chilling. "Turn back the signal," it said. I switched it off, heart racing. Now I'm writing this, trying to make sense of it all. The device sits cold on my desk, and my phone continues to crackle with bursts of static. It all began during a routine flight. That evening, just after 7 p.m., I took off from the municipal strip outside Missoula. Weather was good, scattered clouds, no turbulence. My aircraft was a 1974 Piper Cherokee, co-owned with Peep from the Flying Club. Nothing special, just a solid four-seater we keep in a shared hangar. I was flying solo, making a standard loop east toward the Bitter routes. Filed the usual VFR flight plan, completed all checks a typical flight with no new tests. About 20 minutes in, somewhere over the foothills near Rock Creek, something caught my eye off the left wing. At first, it looked like another aircraft metallic round. Around 500 feet away, this object moved perfectly parallel to my plane. It wasn't like any drone I'd seen. Too large, too high, with no visible propulsion, no lights, no markings, and absolutely silent. That silence was eerie, especially in a normally noisy cockpit. Its movement was unnaturally smooth. For maybe 15 seconds, it kept pace with me before shooting upward at an angle and vanishing into the clouds. Following protocol, I radioed air traffic control with a calm position report about an unidentified aircraft. The controller's response was strange. After a brief pause, they confirmed no traffic in my vicinity and no primary radar hits unusual even in a low-traffic area. I completed the flight normally, logging my time and filing a standard report about the unauthorized aircraft. Days passed. A week went by, then two. No follow-up, no communication from anyone. With over 30 years of flying experience, I knew bureaucratic systems could easily swallow such reports. Not edited, simply gone as if it never existed. The paper folder in the hangar cabinet was missing too. My colleague Pete confirmed he hadn't touched anything. When I called the FAA field office seeking clarification, the representative seemed deliberately obtuse, claiming no report existed. His tone suggested I was mistaken, asking if I was sure I'd even submitted anything. Something in his voice made me hesitate to press further. Weeks later, on a quiet Sunday morning, I arrived at the hangar early. As I unlocked the gate to the tarmac, a black rental car sat parked on the gravel. Two men in black suits stood beside it, watching. Two men stood by the hangars, no hats or coats, protecting them from the wind. They weren't talking, just standing there motionless. Something felt off about them. Same age, same build, same short haircut, like cousins trying too hard to look alike. When I started to open the hangar door, they walked over, not quickly, not aggressively, but with a synchronized, deliberate pace that suggested they knew exactly where they were going. One spoke first, his voice flat and mechanical. "Mr. Wilcox," he said. I nodded. Then he continued, "You recently reported a visual anomaly on a flight east of Missoula. We're here to follow up." The report had vanished. No one had acknowledged it. "Who are you with?" I asked. The second man smiled, wide but not friendly. "Contractors," he said. "We handle misfiled data." Something in his tone suggested the misfile wasn't accidental. The first man stepped closer. "Have you been feeling unwell since the event? Any dizziness, confusion, auditory hallucinations?" I shook my head. "No, I'm fine. These experiences can cause residual effects. Pilots often mistake visual artifacts for airborne debris or weather phenomena. I was getting irritated. I know what I saw. It wasn't a weather balloon. It wasn't debris." They exchanged a look. The second man glanced at the hangar before speaking. "We recommend a short leave from flying. Just a few weeks. Let things settle." "I'm not grounded," I said firmly. "No one's filed anything." "Not yet," he replied. The first man studied me intently. Then he said something that made my stomach drop. "Still chasing the sky." "Huh?" "Shippy. That nickname. My grandfather's nickname for me. And 2 winters ago, early February, I was walking Benny, late at night. He's a shepherd mix who needs his evening walk, or he'll pace all night. Our neighborhood in Spokane Valley near Pines and 16 is quiet, ranch-style houses, older trees, minimal traffic after dark. We were heading back up our street about 5 houses from home when Benny suddenly stopped and stared straight up. I initially thought he was watching a bird or owl, but when I looked, I saw it too. A massive black triangle. Definitely not a plane. I know aircraft, and this was different. The object moved incredibly slowly, defying what something that size should be capable of. 3 faint white lights marked its corners. No engine noise, no wind disturbance. It just glided weightlessly as it passed overhead, maybe 200 feet up. An eerie silence descended. Not just the object, but everything around us went quiet. I couldn't hear my footsteps or Benny's breathing. I felt like someone had turned down the world's volume. Benny didn't bark. He just sat staring until the triangle disappeared behind the northern trees. I tried to take a photo, but my phone screen was frozen, only resuming function about 30 seconds after the object vanished. I didn't mention it to anyone the next day, assuming it was perhaps a military craft or an unfamiliar drone, just one of those weird moments you typically dismiss. 2 days later, things got strange. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night with that inexplicable wide-awake feeling. Later, I discovered everything was gone. Emails, notes, cloud backups. Every trace of my original report had disappeared. Even my laptop's local copy had been overwritten, leaving just a blank document with the original file name. Pete mentioned seeing the same car parked down the road the following evening, just idling near the tree line. Since then, I haven't flown. No written record anywhere. No on my license. No on social media. No in any official document. How did they know? They turned and walked back to their car. The wind picked up. Strangely, the gravel didn't crunch under their shoes. They drove away without another word. A strange pattern had emerged, and it was haunting me. Every night, precisely at 3:17 a.m., a car would appear. Its approach was always the same. A single subtle headlight flicker, then a smooth, silent turn near either the Wilkins or the Morgans property, always directly across from my house. I tried documenting this recurring event. I set up my phone on a tripod, recording from 3:10 onwards. But when I reviewed the footage, nothing, just an empty street. Yet I knew what I'd seen. I'd even waved at the car once, receiving no response. Asking around the neighborhood yielded no insights. Not the Morgans with their open blinds. Not Mr. Harrington, whose dog barks at the slightest movement. My wife completely dismissed my concerns, suggesting I was watching too many documentaries, so I adjusted. No more late-night dog walks with Benny. I'd take him out earlier, but I kept watching. Night after night, the car returned, always at 3:17, always with that brief headlight flash, always vanishing before I could reach the door. I called the non-emergency line, reporting the suspicious vehicle with precise details. They promised to send a patrol. Did they? I never knew. Nothing changed. A week into this, I decided to wait outside on the porch, hidden behind the column with lights off. This wasn't my first encounter with unexplained phenomena. 2 summers ago, during the Perseids, I'd driven to a desolate spot near Lander, Wyoming, County Road 221, surrounded by scrub hills and a lone, busted windmill. I knew this area from past fieldwork. A quiet place with zero light pollution. Benny was inside, pacing. He'd been anxious about me being out of sight lately. My plan was simple. Park the truck, spread a blanket in the bed, and watch the meteor shower with coffee and camera. The sky was crystal clear, no clouds, no moon, just endless stars. I arrived around 11 o'clock, well before peak activity. Solitude has always been my thing. No cell service made it even better. The first hours passed uneventfully. I dozed off around 12:30, waking just after 2 a.m. to a sky ablaze. Camera ready, I set up my basic tripod and started capturing long exposures. Just past 3, something caught my eye on the road behind me. At 3:17, a car pulled up silently across the street, running only faint lights while its engine hummed. Standing still, I noticed the windows were impossibly clean and dark. When the driver's side window rolled down halfway, a pale, thin-faced man in a black suit sat motionless, staring directly at me. We remained frozen, neither moving. After about 10 seconds, he raised his hand flat like a stop sign, then rolled up the window and drove away without signaling. For the next few nights, I kept watch. Nothing happened. No headlights, no idling, just an empty street. I told myself I was relieved, but part of me missed the predictability. Now I habitually check the street, sometimes swearing I hear a car nearby, but when I look, there's nothing. While taking night sky photos and setting up my tripod on a quiet road, I first thought the shape was just a shadow, but it didn't move when I did. About 50 feet back, a figure stood dead center on the road. No flashlight, no movement, just a silhouette. I watched, wondering if someone had pulled over, but there was no sound. No car, no footsteps on gravel. This figure, if it was human, didn't shift or turn naturally. I switched on my headlamp and shined it toward them. The beam hit the road, illuminating the shoulder and brush, but didn't catch their face. They didn't react. No flinching, no shielding their eyes, no stepping back. Quickly, I snapped a photo with my phone. The moment the shutter clicked, they turned and walked into the darkness, vanishing behind the low slope on the road's other side. I considered checking if they needed help, called out, but got no response. Not wanting to chase someone through the wilderness, I returned to my truck and looked at the picture. The image showed a thin, unusually tall figure, possibly wearing black. Something was off. The arms seemed too long, the head oddly shaped. No hat, no hair, but almost featureless. I told myself it was a camera glitch, but it unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. I saved the photo and locked my phone. The rest of the night passed quietly. I watched the meteors for a while longer and left before dawn, mostly forgetting about the incident. The next morning changed everything. Stopping for gas at a Conoco in Riverton around 7 a.m., I went inside. The place was empty except for the cashier. As I dried my hands in the bathroom, the door opened. A black suit, pale, mid-40s, clean cut. The man didn't look like he belonged. He stood by the sinks without making eye contact. "You've seen too much light lately," he said. I laughed, thinking it was a strange joke. When he turned to face me directly, my stomach dropped. The scene was like Deep Creek Lake in October during the off-season. Most rentals were boarded up for winter, and it was too cold for swimming. But I've always loved the place when it's quiet. My girlfriend Mallory and I had taken a 2-day break, staying in a small roadside motel near the state park entrance, the kind with one ice machine and paper-thin walls. Our first night, we drove into the park to stargaze. The boat launch area near the lake's north end had a decent-sized gravel lot, completely unlit. No other cars were there when we pulled in, just us and the water. Around 11 o'clock, cold but not freezing, Mallory brought a blanket, and we sat on the car's hood, sipping coffee from a thermos and listening to the wind. Later, something strange happened at a Leighton gas station. His eyes didn't match, the color was off, like the irises were too pale or the pupils too big. Not fake, just not right. "Your phone," he said. I didn't move. He stepped closer. "Give me the device." There was no threat in his voice, just a flat certainty, as if he already knew I would comply. And I did. I don't know why. I pulled out my phone and handed it to him. He looked at the lock screen, tapped in the code I never told him, then turned and left the bathroom. I followed him out into the store, but he was gone, completely gone. No footsteps, no sound, nothing. The cashier was still at the counter, flipping through a flyer, didn't even look up. I asked if he saw anyone walk out. He said no one came in. I checked the parking lot. No black car, no weird SUV, no sign of anything, just me and the truck. I stood there for 5 minutes trying to understand what had just happened. Then I noticed the phone was back in my back pocket. I didn't feel him put it there. Didn't see him come near me. I unlocked it. Everything was wiped. Camera roll, texts, downloads, all gone. Factory reset. The only thing left was my contacts synced from the cloud. The photo I took was gone, not even in the backup folder. Later that night, I plugged the phone into my laptop to be sure. I ran recovery software. Nothing. The metadata showed a hard reset had been done at 7:14 a.m., the exact time I was in that gas station bathroom. I haven't talked about this since. Here's the rewritten version. That stretch of road is somewhere I've never returned to. The night was pitch black, with visibility nearly impossible. My story is one I've shared with many people, though most assumed I'd simply dreamed it all. We were sitting on the car hood for about 20 minutes when something unusual caught our attention. At first it looked like fog, but its movement was too deliberate. A massive, wide shape emerged silently from the lake, rising straight from the bottom without any mechanical sounds or lights. The object appeared as an angular wedge with a flat underside, lifting about 50 feet before hovering motionlessly. An unnatural silence surrounded us. No hum, no wind, no water sounds. Then it began moving sideways, gliding just feet above the lake surface. It passed the distant tree line and vanished into the darkness, as if it had never existed. Mallory broke our stunned silence. "We should go." We packed up and got in the car. During my U-turn toward the exit, I spotted a folded note tucked under the windshield wiper. No one had approached, no footsteps, no lights. The note definitely wasn't there when we arrived. As I turned on the wipers, it fluttered to the ground. Mallory picked it up, a plain white paper with blocky all-caps text reading, "Keep driving next time." No signature, no personal touch. We drove back to the motel in complete silence. The next morning, I woke early. The bed felt too soft, the heater too loud. In the lobby, I found only the desk clerk and another man sitting by the fake fireplace. He wore a black suit, dark tie, and had pale hands. Sunglasses covered his eyes, despite the dim morning light. He held a newspaper upside down, seemingly unconcerned about appearing normal. I pretended not to notice. Later, I checked my dash cam footage from that week. I'd accidentally left it running. It captured our arrival, the park timestamp, and then nothing, just a blank screen for 2 hours. Then it resumed when we started driving out. I checked the file details. The missing time wasn't erased. It was simply black. No audio, no video, just dead air. The whole experience started with a paper I was writing for my Modern American Myth course. I'm not even particularly interested in UFOs. I just chose the topic because I thought it would be easy to find sources and weird enough to keep me engaged. My research project on the 1977 Broadbrook sightings in upstate Connecticut began with Dr. Proke sightings. In upstate Connecticut began with Dr. Cole. Luring's challenge to explore a potential historical myth. Since our school was only a couple hours away, I immersed myself in local archives, library records, newspaper reels, and old message boards. The initial findings were unremarkable, fuzzy lights and second-hand accounts typical of such investigations. A few farmers mentioned strange cow behavior, and one person claimed their watch stopped for exactly 40 minutes. Yet what truly intrigued me were brief, almost throwaway mentions in 2 old articles about federal men visiting locals afterward. These references were frustratingly vague. No descriptions, no names, just casual drops in the text. While I suspected local exaggeration, I made a note to investigate further. At the drive-in, I noticed a peculiar man at the map rack, flipping pages upside down without acknowledging my presence. Back in the room, I shared my observations with Marie. Her initial laughter faded when she realized I was serious. Something felt off. We decided to check out early. While warming up the car, Marie reported that the strange man had followed her out of the lobby, standing silently just outside the front door as she entered the vehicle. The drive home was quiet. Conversations about the incident seemed to dissipate, as if the words couldn't quite take shape. Molly's simple suggestion, "Let's just get home," summed up our collective unease. My research continued. Historian Vince Halbrook recommended checking a microfilm archive in Springfield. I was set to drive up that Friday, but everything changed on Tuesday night around 8:20 p.m. half watching TV with my roommate, Aaron. I received an unexpected email. The sender, Dr. Drive Up Something Bonaway. The sender, Dr. Harlan Oaks from an unfamiliar address, had a stark subject line, "Stop." The message was direct and cryptic. "You are looking in the wrong places. There are things that are not meant to be named. Move on. This is your only warning." No greeting, no signature, no attachments. Curiosity piqued. I investigated. Southern University of New Hampshire had no record of a Dr. Harlan Oaks. 2 men in black suits stood across the street, perfectly motionless. Their dark attire and short coats stood out in the cold, early March evening as students gathered on the pavement after the firearm. Red strobing lights filled the building, and everyone had rushed outside. What struck me most was how these men weren't moving at all. They wore sunglasses, hands hanging unnaturally at their sides, staring directly at me. I glanced around, but no one else seemed to notice them. Aaron beside me continued scrolling through Instagram, completely unaware. When I pointed them out, he turned to look, and they had vanished. No sound, no movement, just gone. Back in the dorm, I discovered something odd about Dr. Sapphire's email. It had disappeared completely. No trace remained in my inbox or trash folder. I'd searched everywhere, checking every possible folder on my laptop and running multiple searches. When I approached the campus help desk, they confirmed something unsettling. The email had never passed through the university's servers. No record existed of any message to or from that address on any domain connected to Sun. Feeling uneasy, I switched my research paper topic to Elvis sightings in the 80s. Throughout the rest of the semester, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. Weeks later, driving through the Mojave Desert, between Las Vegas and LA, another strange encounter unfolded. The highway was a dark stretch of asphalt cutting through empty landscape, surrounded only by scrub and cacti. My gas was low, and the night seemed endless. Around 1 a.m., a figure on the shoulder caught my attention. At first, I thought someone needed help, but this wasn't a typical roadside scene. A man in a black suit stood completely still, hand extended in an odd, rigid gesture. As I approached, something felt wrong. His face was blank, almost inhuman, watching me in a way that sent chills down my spine despite the desert heat. I didn't stop. The moment I passed him, My GPS went haywire, the screen flickering unexpectedly. Here is the rewritten text. The drive home from Emma's cabin in the Cascades that Sunday night in early November was unlike anything I'd expected. Cold air made my breath visible, though the roads weren't icy. Fir trees lined both sides of the Shafe, winding forest route as I headed back to Seattle. An old rock playlist crackling through the radio. About 20 minutes into the journey, something started feeling off. The music kept cutting out, replaced by bursts of static. That's when I saw him. A man standing alone on the highway shoulder. I pulled over, hoping to check my phone signal, but found nothing. No bars, no connection. It was as if I'd been completely isolated. My car's GPS behaved strangely, constantly redirecting me back to that exact spot where I'd seen the figure. Each time I tried entering my destination, I was looped back to the same location. The surrounding desert had gone unnaturally silent. No crickets, no wind, just absolute stillness. The air felt heavy, charged with an unexplained tension. Scanning the shoulder again with my headlights revealed nothing. No trace of the man remained. Panic began to rise. I forced myself to drive, taking a side road I recognized from an earlier map, desperate to break free from this strange loop. Hours later, I checked into a small motel on the town's outskirts. Exhausted and unsettled, I tried convincing myself it was just fatigue playing tricks. Just after midnight, the room phone rang. An unfamiliar number. A calm, cold voice spoke. "You were right not to stop. Not everyone is." Eli went dead. I stared at the receiver, frozen before hanging up. Sleep was impossible after that. The next morning, my GPS worked normally. As I left the motel heading home, one thought consumed me. The mysterious figure, the unexplained loop, and that chilling phone call. I didn't stop, even though I still don't know who he was or what he wanted. The road ahead was nothing but darkness, broken only by my headlights. My radio had gone strange, static bursting and spiking before falling into complete silence. No matter which station I tried, only white noise greeted me. Then I saw something above the rearview mirror, a light unlike anything I'd ever seen. Soft ye bright about ye size of a headlight, I hung motionless in the sky. Moz aircraft move, bar this one barely shifted. For 5 minutes I watched I drifting only inches, no blinking, no sound. I tried rationalizing, a helicopter, a drone, a weather balloon, but nothing matched. No machine hum, no navigation lights, just an eerie, unnatural stillness. My phone showed no signal. I drove on, unable to look, away from his strange hovering glow. Ha seemed o pulse, irregularly brightening and dimming without apparent. After about 15 minutes, I pulled into Maple's Fuel, an old gas station with flickering neon lights. I needed coffee and a bathroom break, hoping to clear my head. Stepping out, he cold air high me, and here I was again. He light still hanging above. He rees in he parking lot. While filling my ank, a man in a plain black suit approached. He pumped next to mine. Late 40s, clean-shaven with an unshakable calm. He glanced over and spoke quietly. "Some lights on me no be ignored." "Star L?" I asked. "What?" He just shrugged, leaving me more confused than before. Earlier had I been ONE4 since dawn, walking he perimeter and taking notes on he bear activity around his part of northern Minnesota. Late September hung in the air with a crisp edge. Hadn't quite led into full autumn. The clearing was silent except for faint cicada hums and rustling dry leaves. Just before heading back at the research station, I noticed something strange. A series of perfectly round scorch marks, arranged in an odd pair, and 6 or 7 of them, each about 2 feet across, formed a rough circle some 15 feet in diameter. The marks were deeply embedded, the soil beneath blackened and cracked. Oddly, no trees or plants seemed affected. The forest felt strange that day, with an eerie silence hanging in the air. Clean, dumb pea. Symmetrical scorch marks dotted the ground, defying my previous research. They looked as if a giant, precise cookie cutter had pressed into the earth, leaving no trace of disturbance around them. I methodically documented everything, taking photos, making sketches, and collecting soil samples. Each movement was calculated as I carefully circled the area, searching for any signs of activity. No footprints, no tire tracks, no evidence of a campfire existed. I marked a location on my GPS and radioed back to the station. My colleague suggested it might be a lightning strike or an animal territorial marking, but the shape and precision didn't align with those explanations. An unsettling feeling crept over me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain I was being watched, though nothing was there. Days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at my research cabin. A tall man in a plain black suit stood at the door, completely out of place in the wilderness. No badge, no identification. His dark eyes were steady, his voice flat and calm. "I'm interested in patterns in non-human behavior," he stated without preamble. I showed him the photographs of the scorch marks, and he examined them with an intense, analytical gaze. He began asking probing questions. At another location, something seemed off around the edges. At a gas station, a man leaned slightly on the pump and asked, "You saw it too, didn't you?" Words stuck in my throat, and I could only nod. He gave a half smile and walked into the store, the door closing behind him with a mechanical clang that felt out of place. Inside, I grabbed a coffee and tried to make sense of what had happened. When I glanced out the window, the light was gone, the sky was dark and empty. I asked the cashier if anyone had been hanging around or if they'd noticed anything strange. She shrugged, saying, "People come and go all the time, but nothing out of the ordinary." Back in the car, I kept checking the sky through the windshield, half expecting the light to reappear, but nothing came. When I finally got home, the house was quiet. I shut the door and felt a weird weight settle in my chest. I never told Emma or anyone else what I saw or what the man said. I just felt too strange to explain sometimes, I think, about that light. The way it didn't move like anything I've ever seen. The man's words echo in my head. Some lights are meant to be ignored. Since that night, I'd never looked at the sky quite the same. The morning began like countless others, though that's often how these stories start. Around 5 a.m. I was up early, driven by my habit of catching the river at its most tranquil, especially during late spring near Seattle. The Green River Trail, just a couple blocks from my place in Tequila, was quiet save for water sounds and occasional bird calls. A thick, low-hanging fog blurred the landscape, softening every edge. While walking with my hands in my jacket pockets, eyes mostly on the path, I noticed something unusual, a weird glow hovering just above the water. It wasn't sunlight. The sky remained grey and clouded. The glow sat low, maybe 10 feet above the river's surface, moving slowly upstream against the current. Initially, I thought it might be a reflection from fishing lights or a boat. But there was no boat, no sound, nothing typical, just a pale blue-green light drifting, shifting gently as if floating on the mist itself. I stopped, blinking repeatedly to confirm I wasn't imagining things. Complete silence surrounded me. No buzzing, no humming, nothing. This encounter wasn't my first strange experience. Weeks earlier, a man had approached me with incredibly specific questions about my work and the animals I tracked. His manner was deeply unsettling. He seemed to study every word and reaction with unnerving precision, already knowing details I hadn't shared. When I offered to guide him to a particular clearing, he politely declined, mentioning he had his own methods. After nearly an hour of this peculiar interaction, he left without another word, leaving me with more questions than answers. I repeatedly returned to the clearing, always searching for changes or unusual marks, but nothing ever appeared. The silence, his unnerving calm, and his apparent knowledge without questioning haunted me. I watched him walk away through the trees, his steps almost too quiet for the soft forest floor. After his departure, I meticulously checked my equipment and locks. Nothing was missing, yet a persistent feeling that something wasn't right lingered. On certain nights when the wind rustled the trees just right, I could swear I heard a low hum, unlike any animal or machine I knew. Just a faint vibration beneath the forest skin. I never saw the man again. No calls, no messages, just that single visit and an overwhelming sense that something out there wasn't interested in me, but was definitely watching. A strange glow moved slowly along the water, barely disturbing its surface. The entire river seemed suspended, holding its breath. Something felt wrong about getting closer, so I continued walking, occasionally glancing back until the fog completely swallowed the light. Around 6 a.m., I pulled up to my townhouse, tired and desperate for coffee after a long night. Immediately, something felt off. The front door was slightly ajar, just open enough to peek inside from the street. My heart raced. I always lock my door, especially at night. I stood frozen listening. Silence enveloped the neighborhood, broken only by distant cars on the main road. I texted my brother Mark, a police officer, doors open, don't come over, but I might need you to check this out. Everything appeared normal, couch cushions untouched, TV off. Yet the clocks were unsettling, every single one read exactly 3:33. Wall clock, bedside alarm, microwave, all perfectly synchronized. This wasn't typical. I considered a power outage, but nothing suggested that. My phone was fully charged with no warnings. I called Mark and explained the situation. He promised to stop by after his shift, but I downplayed the urgency. Still, I spent the day obsessively checking locks, changing the keypad code, moving restlessly through the house. The silence felt different, heavier, more oppressive. That evening, I took my usual walk in the neighborhood park across the street. At the far end, near the playground, a man sat on a bench. His black suit seemed out of place, more fitting for a funeral or business meeting than a suburban park on a Tuesday night. He was reading a newspaper, but something was strange. The pages were completely blank. No text, no images, just pristine white. His dark, unsettling eyes seemed to watch me. My mind drifted to our camping trip in the White Mountains. Mike and I had been out hiking during the day under a clear, cold sky. We'd set up near a clearing and built a fire. Around midnight, we decided to lay back and watch the stars. That's when we saw the light. At first, it seemed like a faint glow above the trees, similar to moonlight casting shadows. But this was different. A narrow beam, almost like a flashlight or searchlight, moving slowly side to side across the pine branches. What struck us most was the complete silence. No helicopter hum, no drone buzz, just an eerie, unexplained light. I was driving back from a weekly-long trip through the Mojave Desert trying to clear my head. My name's Eric and I work in software support, which means sitting behind a screen all day. I usually need to get outside, now and then. This trip was mostly just me, my old Jeep, and a map. On the last night I was somewhere near Baker, California, coming back toward the 15th. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the sky was that deep blue you only get in the desert at dusk. The air had cooled down, but the heat from the day still hung close to the ground. The roads were nearly empty, just me and the headlights cutting through the dark. About 40 miles outside Baker, I noticed a car behind me. It was a black sedan, something pretty standard looking, no logos or anything. I glanced in the rearview mirror and caught a glimpse of the driver's face once, just a blurry shape like a man, but I couldn't make out features. I figured maybe it was coincidence, just someone driving the same way. But I kept getting this uneasy motor noise. I just glided through the air, scanning the forest as if searching for something. Mike nudged me and whispered, "What the hell is that?" I had no answer. We watched for about 5 minutes as it moved smoothly, occasionally catching on branches and bark, creating strange shadows. Then suddenly it stopped, hovering maybe 50 feet above the treetops, shining straight down. After a few seconds, it blinked out like someone had flipped a switch. We were frozen looking at each other. "Did you hear anything?" I asked. Mike shook his head. The silence felt heavy, like something was pressing on us from the surrounding woods. We didn't say much after that. Days later, strange things started happening. I noticed a guy on a bench reading something that looked blurry and unreadable. When I said evening, he didn't respond. A chill ran down my spine, and the air around him seemed colder. I kept walking. Back home, I locked every door twice and checked the windows. For the next few days, nothing unusual occurred. No river lights, no unlocked doors, no silent bench readers, but I found myself staring at clocks longer than normal. Sometimes while sitting on the couch or making coffee, I'd get this feeling of being watched from just outside the window, though I'd see no one. I can't explain what I saw that morning on the river or why my door was unlocked, but something feels connected, and I haven't told anyone. I'm not sure I want to. I was working the late shift at Millie's Diner in Ashland, Oregon, an old roadside spot with buzzing neon signs and cracked vinyl seats. My name's Dan, and I've been here a few years now. That night was slow, with just a few night owls and truckers passing through. I first noticed the black sedan following me before I even left the parking lot. At first it seemed random, slowing down, then speeding up. I tried to shake it off, thinking maybe they were lost. But the more I tried to lose them, the closer they got. I turned off the highway onto a smaller road leading to a gas station, hoping to see what they'd do. The car stopped about 20 yards behind me, engine idling. I got out and started filling my tank, keeping a careful eye on the vehicle. The driver just sat there watching me. When I finished, I climbed back into my Jeep. Something made me pause. I couldn't quite bring myself to leave. After a minute or two, the passenger window rolled down with a quiet hiss. A man's face appeared, maybe mid-40s, clean-shaven, wearing a black suit and dark shirt. His eyes were calm but sharp. No smile. "You saw something you shouldn't," he said quietly. I blinked, surprised. "I don't know what you mean." I sped up, thinking maybe I was imagining things or they'd just pass me. But the car stayed right there, matching my speed perfectly. I slowed down. The next day we tried to figure out if it was some park service thing or maybe some drone test. We called the ranger station, but they said no one had anything scheduled for that area. No notices, no reports. We didn't bring it up. It was like we both wanted to pretend it never happened. Then, about 3 months later, I got the email. The sender was just listed as Control. No name, no address, just that word. The subject line was blank. I hesitated before opening it. Inside was a short message, just one sentence: "No need to share what you never understood." A little while later, Mike texted me. He'd gotten the same email from the same sender. Neither of us had any clue who it was. I didn't tell anyone else. Not my family, not my co-workers. I felt like some kind of message meant only for us. Sometimes I think back to that night, the quiet, the beam, the way it moved without sound. What were we supposed to understand? What were they scanning for? I don't know. And maybe that's the point. Nye was at the diner late one rainy night when things got weird. A steady drizzle outside blurred the neon lights, fogging up the windows. My usual routine of white tables, brewing coffee, and staying focused on work got interrupted. 2 men walked in around 11 p.m., definitely not your typical customers. They wore black suits that screamed serious business, the kind you'd see at a high-stakes meeting or funeral. One was tall with slicked-back hair, the other shorter and older, with thin glasses and a perpetual frown. They settled into the booth by the window and ordered black coffee. At first, I wasn't paying much attention, but their conversation wasn't typical small talk. Something in their tone caught my ear as I wiped a nearby table, drawing me closer without being obvious. They were deep in discussion about a recent event that had the town buzzing, a strange light hovering over the old radio tower. People had been calling it a UFO, though no concrete evidence existed. The news seemed eager to dismiss the reports, but these men appeared deeply involved. Suddenly, the tall guy looked directly at me. I froze mid-wipe, heart racing. He didn't speak, just leaned in and whispered something to his companion. Their eyes locked with mine. Cold, sharp, warning. "Curiosity can be dangerous," he muttered. I nodded quickly, trying to appear disinterested. They finished their coffee and vanished into the rainy night as quickly as they'd arrived, watching them disappear, their coats pulled tight, street lights reflecting on the wet pavement. I felt something had changed. The diner felt different afterward. Later that night, as I drove home, I kept checking my rearview mirror. A previous encounter was still fresh in my mind. "Drive carefully," he had warned before his car disappeared into the darkness, like I had melted into the night. My heart was pounding. Since that night, I've been more aware of quiet things. Shadows moving just out of sight, distant hummings in the desert night. I don't talk about it much. It's the kind of story people either don't believe or look at you differently for telling. Late at night, I sometimes see distant headlights on the horizon and wonder if that black sedan is still out there somewhere, watching. Background noise faded, almost as if the walls themselves guarded an unspoken secret. Something felt different, not quite fear, but a sense of being on the precipice of something far more significant than a random late-night encounter. My solo camping trip in northern Vermont's dense woods had started simply enough. All I wanted was to escape city noise and find some peace. I'd selected a secluded spot about 10 miles from the nearest town, a flat clearing near a creek I'd discovered on a map. The first night passed uneventfully. I pitched my tent in the late afternoon, built a fire by sunset, and spent the evening reading as the forest settled around me. Night. Sounds were familiar: crickets, owls, wind rustling through pine trees. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. On the second day, I hiked without seeing another soul. Returning to my campsite in the late afternoon, a strange smell hung in the air, something like burnt rubber or a chemical odor. I briefly wondered if a truck had passed nearby, but the road remained silent. No vehicles had come through all day. Tired, I didn't think much about it. Just before dawn on the third morning, everything changed. A heavy rustling outside my tent woke me. These weren't light animal movements, but deliberate, slow, careful steps through the brush. My heart raced as I lay frozen, listening. Then complete silence fell, an unnatural, deep quiet that made my skin crawl. When daylight arrived, I unzipped the tent and discovered a small note pinned to the flap. A scrap of notebook paper held in place by a twig bore messy block letters spelling "Go Home." I scanned the surrounding woods, finding them empty. Then I noticed it. A black sedan idling just past the clearing's edge. The car's engine hummed softly, but no one was inside. Windows up, interior empty. I called out, but my voice seemed to vanish into the stillness. In the blurring lights, I could swear I saw shadows standing by a distant tower, watching, waiting. The next morning, predictably, no mention of the incident appeared in the news. The radio tower returned to being just another forgotten landmark on the hill. Yet, I couldn't shake the memory of those men and their cryptic warning. I've never shared this story. Who would believe a tale from a late-night encounter? But on rainy nights when the neon glows and the streets are empty, I can't help but remember. A work trip to Vegas had me taking the scenic route home, avoiding the freeway. These canyon roads wind narrow between steep sandstone cliffs, and at this time of year, they're practically deserted. Around 7:30, something caught my eye. A black sedan without plates parked just past a sharp bend. Not a typical sight in the middle of nowhere. I slowed down, half expecting a roadblock or construction, but saw nothing official. Two men approached my car, black suits, dark sunglasses despite the fading light. One tall, maybe early 40s, the other shorter and in his late 30s. They walked up purposefully, like they'd been waiting. The tall one spoke first, no smile. Movement from the car. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be scared or confused, like a scene from a horror movie. I found myself frozen in place, unsure whether to run or stay. Slowly, I approached the car, scanning for any signs of life or explanation. No warning, no noise. The silence descended, thick and heavy. I studied the tree line behind the car, searching for any clues about how it arrived. No tracks in the dirt, no crushed grass, no evidence of recent movement. Something wasn't right. I pulled out my phone to call for help, but no signal. Trying again yielded the same result. Then I noticed something odd about the woods beyond the car. The light looked different. The strange haze hung around that section of trees, unmoving like a curtain. Unease crept over me. I decided to leave, grabbing my pack and walking back toward my tent. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw nothing unusual. Back at my campsite, the note was gone. My tent flap was zipped tight, exactly as I'd left it. I tried to rationalize the situation, but the memory of the silent car felt too real to dismiss. I packed up quickly. A faint, weird smell lingered. Constantly looking behind me, I made my way to my truck parked down the logging road. In the rearview mirror, I thought I saw headlights through the trees, but when I turned, nothing was there. I drove straight to town, not stopping until I hit the Pise main highway, sharing the story with friends. They dismissed it as a prank, wildlife encounter, or just nerves. I've returned to the area since, but always avoiding that clearing. The black car and the note remain a mystery. Every time I recall that quiet, empty car and the unexplained note, it simply doesn't make sense. The sky still clung to its last threads of daylight as shadows stretched long and dark, and the temperature dropped quickly. I was driving along a remote canyon road, nothing out of the ordinary. The landscape was still and quiet. I pulled over in a wider spot, stepping out to survey my surroundings. The canyon was silent except for occasional dry brush rustling in the wind. My phone showed no signal. Walking back and forth, I searched for any tracks or explanation for what felt like a sudden vanishing act. Finding nothing, I returned to my car and started driving back. The sky had darkened to a deep blue with the first stars emerging. About 10 minutes into my return trip, a strange light caught my attention. It was a faint, steady glow just above the canyon rim, not moving like a plane or helicopter, but hanging almost like a lantern suspended in the sky. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, but the light remained, seeming to follow me at the edge of my vision. At the small diner near the canyon entrance, I stopped. The place was empty except for Sam, the night cook. When I shared my experience, expecting to be laughed at, Sam simply nodded. "You're not the first one to see things like that out here," he said. "You mentioned lights, figures, and roads that mysteriously close without a trace." Later, as I was trying to get home, 2 men blocked the road. The canyon stretched empty around us. No lights, no sounds, just quiet rocks against the dimming sky. Their car was completely black, no visible windows, no license plates, no markings at all. Something felt off, but I kept my voice steady. "How long is this maintenance?" I asked. "Indefinite," came the short reply. The shorter man stated flatly, "It was a private job with no exceptions. I need to get through," I said. "I'm trying to get home." The tall guy was firm. "We can't let you through. It's not safe." I sighed and started backing up slowly, checking my rearview mirror. When I looked again, both men were already back in their car. The sedan began to move, but as I shifted gears and glanced over my shoulder, it had vanished. No engine sound, no lights, just empty road and canyon walls. No tire marks, no evidence they'd ever been here. I gripped the steering wheel, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The evening air was sharp, and the skies clear when it all started a couple of weeks ago, just after sunset. I kept catching glimpses of strange things that didn't quite add up. It started one night while I was out on the dock, trying to capture some star shots. As I scrolled through my phone, something on the lake caught my eye, a dark silhouette hovering motionless just above the water. This wasn't like any bird or aircraft I'd seen before. No blinking lights, no sound, just a solid sharp shape against the night sky. I zoomed in with my camera. The object was smooth and oval, a matte black that seemed to absorb the darkness around it. For a few minutes, it drifted slowly sideways. Then, without warning, it shot straight up and vanished into the darkness. I was left feeling both unnerved and intensely curious. Days later, a pristine black car from the early 2000s appeared at the end of my driveway. What struck me as odd was the complete lack of tire tracks or footprints on the gravel. Each morning, the car remained in exactly the same spot. I started leaving notes on the windshield, hoping the owner would move it. But the notes disappeared, and the car stayed put. I checked news and county road updates, but found nothing about closures or maintenance on the canyon road, just standard warnings about loose rocks and narrow lanes. I told a few friends who joked about government agents or aliens. A couple of days later, I discovered a small blank scrap of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. I folded it up and left it on the dashboard untouched. Then, one evening after dinner, I heard gravel crunching. Looking up, I saw a man in a neat black suit standing at the end of my driveway. His face was mostly hidden in the streetlight shadow. He just stood there watching me, saying nothing. Something felt off, but I kept quiet. Who would believe me? The car, the strange object on the lake, this silent figure. Something was definitely not right. I'd often catch myself looking in my mirrors, half expecting to see the black sedan or the 2 men again, but the road remained empty. I'd been filming at an old airfield near Milltown in western Kansas, with only cracked runways and empty hangars around me. That night I went to bed thinking about the men of the empty road and the strange light that seemed to defy explanation. That night was just a spur-of-the-moment decision to capture the stars. Weeks earlier, strange events had started unfolding. A mysterious man appeared on my porch with a cryptic message, "The water remembers." Before I could react, he vanished into the darkness. I locked the door and spent the rest of that night watching out the window. Over the next week, a car kept appearing every morning, though the man never returned. Odd occurrences became more frequent. My phone would glitch when I tried to photograph the lake. Late at night, I'd hear a faint humming that would stop when I went outside. Around 3 a.m. one night, I saw soft blue lights flickering over the water, pulsing slowly. When I tried to capture them on my phone, the screen went black and froze. By the time I looked up again, the lights had disappeared. The sky was clear with that cold, dry air typical of early spring. Now out of the abandoned airfield with my old camcorder, something felt different. A flicker of movement caught my attention against the star-filled sky. The man's cryptic message echoed in my mind, "The water remembers." Even though the car had stopped appearing and I hadn't seen the man since that night on the porch, something felt off. Whenever I was near the water, an unsettling sensation would wash over me, like something was watching, waiting just below the surface. As I continued filming, the feeling of being observed grew stronger. The words kept repeating in my head, a constant whisper. The night was quiet when something caught my eye. Lights drifted high in the sky, moving slowly and pulsing in ways that didn't match any aircraft I knew. No red or green blinking, no engine sounds. Just round, silent shapes flickering and vanishing, then reappearing elsewhere. My curiosity took over. I zoomed in with the camcorder, watching as the lights seemed to shift and dance, almost like they were observing me. The air grew colder, though the wind remained unchanged. Behind the rusted chain-link fence separating the runway from the old service road, a man in a black suit stood motionless in the shadows. His outfit seemed wrong for this isolated nighttime location. No tie, just a dark jacket and slacks. I turned off the camcorder screen and squinted. "Hey, can I help you?" Silence. "Are you lost?" Nothing. Then, without a sound, he stepped through the fence. No climbing, no movement. He simply appeared closer. I raised the camcorder but didn't record. Something about him made me hesitate. 6 feet away. I live just outside a small town in Ohio near one of those old power plants they built in the 70s. Not exactly picturesque, but it's part of the scenery here. For years, I've gone out shooting landscapes and night skies around the plant. Sometimes the big cooling towers with their steam clouds looked kind of eerie in the dark, and I liked capturing that. It was a Wednesday. I had the night off work, and the sky was clear but colder than usual for spring. I took my camera and tripod and drove out to a spot a couple miles from the plant, near the edge of the woods, where I could get a good view. I was hoping for some decent long-exposure shots of the stars and maybe the steam glowing under heat and moonlight. I set up and started snapping photos, waiting for the right moment. Nothing out of the ordinary for a while, just the usual hum of distant machinery and the occasional sound of a train far off. At first it looked like a faint glow, but then it shifted slow, almost floating. I pointed my camera in that direction, zoomed in, and started taking pictures. The light moved erratically, pulsing dimly between blue and green. I didn't make any noise I could hear. I tried to focus, but the light kept flickering in and out. I took several shots, some in bursts. I even switched to video for a bit, just to see if the camera picked up more than my eyes could. Then a man appeared out of nowhere. I didn't hear him approach, and when I turned, he was just standing there. He pulled out his jacket and handed me a single piece of paper. Slowly, he gave it to me. I looked down, blank, completely empty. When I looked up to ask what this meant, he was gone. No footprints, no sound, no trace. I turned back to the sky, empty as if the lights had never existed. I sat in my car, the blank paper in my jacket pocket, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Back at home, I checked the footage. The camcorder had recorded everything. The strange lights moving, and then the sudden silence when the man appeared. But there was no sign of the paper or the moment he gave it to me. It was like the camera missed that part completely. Something unexplained had touched my world, leaving more questions than answers. I'm not someone who usually chases weird stuff. I like a good mystery, but I don't go looking for trouble. Still, that night changed everything. I told a couple of friends, but they just laughed. The night was eerie and quiet, with distant dogs barking breaking the silence. Thick fog rolled in from the nearby river, and flickering streetlights cast a dim glow. My encounter began near the power plant, where a weird light suddenly appeared in the sky, hanging motionless for about 10 minutes before vanishing without a trace. Driving home, I felt uneasy but tried to dismiss the experience as a trick of the night. The next day, I loaded the photos onto my computer and discovered something unsettling. Every single image was corrupted, showing only blank black screens. I tried everything, different card readers, recovery software, even a different computer. Nothing worked. It was as if the photos had been deliberately erased. That evening, while sitting in my living room and staring at my camera bag, a sharp knock interrupted my thoughts. 2 men in expensive black suits stood at my door. They didn't introduce themselves. One held out a business card. but when I looked closer, it was completely blank. The other spoke quietly, almost whispering, "Some lights aren't meant to be captured." Their presence was unnerving. They weren't threatening, but something about them felt serious and cold. Before I could respond, they turned and walked away, disappearing down the street in seconds. I locked the door, my hands shaking. The blank card remained in my hand, with only a faint smudge where text should have been. Since that night, something has changed. Whenever I go near the power plant, I feel watched. The machinery's hum sounds different, like it's concealing a secret. I never saw those men again, and the photos remained missing. I don't understand what that light was or who those men were, but one thing became clear. Some mysteries are better left unexplored. Even now I don't know what I saw or who that man was. I don't think I'll ever go back to that airfield. But sometimes when I'm outside at night, I swear I see lights moving just out of the corner of my eye, watching, near the entrance, watching me intently. My view was limited. Peering over the fence, I could only glimpse my old garden shed and a few scattered bushes. Something felt off. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Suddenly, the man in the yard called me over with a firm instruction. "Please stay inside." When I questioned his directive, he simply responded, "Standard procedure, polite, yet leaving no room for argument." Back inside, I watched through the window as they extracted heavy black bags from their coats, similar to what forensic teams might carry. One approached something near the shed, meticulously wrapping a small object. I tried to call the police, but my phone screen went black. No signal. Minutes dragged, each feeling endless. Then, as quietly as they arrived, the men returned to the front. One gave me a brief, almost warning nod before vanishing completely. No vehicle was visible, neither on arrival nor departure. After they disappeared, I stepped outside. My breath hung visibly in the cold air. The yard appeared untouched, save for a faint scuff mark near the shed. No footprints, no trace of their activity remained. Confused and unsettled, I returned inside, locked the door, and attempted to make sense of this bizarre encounter. The scene was surreal. Mysterious men, unexplained actions, and an eerie sense of something just beyond understanding. What had happened in those few short moments? The skin of the person ahead was smooth, featureless, as if their entire identity had been completely erased. When I glanced back, the car was gone. No lights, no engine sound, no tire marks, just an empty street shrouded in fog. The next morning, I thoroughly examined my yard. Everything seemed normal, except for a strange scuff mark that lingered. I was filming when the lights first appeared. Suspended motionless, they hung like silent sentinels waiting for something. Then, suddenly, they began moving. Not independently, but rotating as a single entity, gliding sideways with an eerie smoothness. No mechanical sounds interrupted the silence. The world seemed to pause, holding its breath. For about 2 minutes, I recorded without speaking, simply watching. Eventually, the lights retreated into the tree line. Walking home, I regained cell service and trimmed the most intriguing 30 seconds. I posted it on TikTok with a simple caption, "Anyone else seeing this over Franklin right now?" Then I went to bed, expecting little reaction. The next morning transformed everything. The video had gone viral overnight. Tens of thousands of views poured in, with comments reporting similar sightings across Indiana, Missouri, and Oregon. Some claimed it was fake CGI, but I was just trying to understand what I'd witnessed. Around 8:30, a sharp knock interrupted my thoughts. 2 quick raps at the door. Through the peephole, I saw them, 2 men in identical black suits, white shirts, narrow black ties, and old-style sunglasses with thin black frames. They were carbon copies, same height, same build, with short, slicked-back hair. I opened the door halfway, keeping the screen between us. The left one smiled first, wide and unnatural, without teeth, just a perfect crescent of lips. The right one mirrored the smile half a second later, looking rehearsed. The left one spoke, his voice flat like a speaker with no bass. "Just checking in, making sure you've been feeling safe lately." The question hung in the air. I can't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Those 2 men, I've never seen them again. The fog outside thickened and remained until dawn. Sunday night in September, around 10:30, I was driving home from my cousin's place outside of Platte, South Nebraska. My parents had let me take their beat-up silver Camry. a car with one working speaker and a cracked windshield. The road was a narrow 2-lane highway cutting between cornfields for miles. No lights, no houses, just stalks on both sides and the occasional mailbox. I had the window cracked and music playing low. The sky felt massive and clear, with no clouds, just stars everywhere. Later, I started noticing strange things. My video had vanished completely. No matter where I looked, Reddit, Twitter, UFO forums, the content was gone, replaced by blank thumbnails or 404 errors. I tried recovery tools, running 3 different programs. They found fragments of old files, family photos, but nothing of the original content. By noon, I discovered my TikTok account was inaccessible. The password wouldn't work and the reset link never arrived. After 2 visitors had left earlier, something felt off. A tightness grew in my chest, not like a panic attack, but that familiar tension you get when a cop pulls up behind you and you know you've done nothing wrong. They hadn't asked about anything specific, no mention of the video, no questions about TikTok, just a vague reference to a busy night and feeling safe. After they left, I watched their black sedan with regular Illinois plates drive away. I locked the door and headed to my desktop to review the video, but the app claimed this video is no longer available. No flags, no takedown notices, just gone as if it had never existed. I always back up my footage, so I checked my hard drive. I clicked a few times, then went silent, not even showing up in Disk Manager. I tried another PC in the garage. Same result. Clicks, spin, then nothing. The BIOS didn't recognize it either. My cloud sync was offline as usual. Due to slow internet, the house had become unnaturally quiet. No pets, no kids, no background hum, just dead air for what felt like a full minute. Then I heard a car door. Looking out the window revealed an empty street, just my truck and the neighbor's old Pontiac. I closed the curtains and sat in the hallway, half expecting them to return. They didn't. But the feeling of being watched persisted, even inside my own home. The night began with a dead raccoon on the road. Swerving to avoid it, a soft orange glow caught my eye from the cornfield. At first, I thought it might be farm equipment working late, but this was different. A perfectly round sphere hovered about 20 feet above the ground, glowing from within. It wasn't casting light outward, just flickering like a smokeless fire. I pulled over and killed the radio, staring intently. The object remained motionless, suspended in midair, seemingly waiting. My heart raced as I tried to process what I was seeing. Was this real? I grabbed my phone to take a picture, but the screen showed only black. No matter how I adjusted the settings, the glow wouldn't register. In an instant, it vanished. Not gradually or with movement, but completely gone. Only my headlights illuminated the road ahead. I drove home, constantly glancing at the fields, unsure of what I'd just witnessed. Keeping the experience to myself, I wondered what I would even say. A floating fireball? No way my parents would believe that. I showered and went to bed, pushing the memory aside. The next day proceeded normally. School dragged on with chemistry, feeling especially tedious. As 7th period ended, I decided to take a different route to the bus area, avoiding a group of kids. That's when I noticed the car. A long black vehicle, maybe a Lincoln, sat across from the school's entrance. The engine ran, but nobody entered or exited. Something felt strange, not threatening, but definitely watchful. After that, everything except anything from that night seemed to vanish. I felt like the file had never existed. I couldn't access the original account. Even the comments linked by others led to dead ends. Something felt off. I started asking around. At the gas station, I ran into Ben Holloway, a hunter who lives 2 roads over. When I asked about lights in the sky, he gave me a strange look and said, "Like what?" I described low lights over the fields with no sound. He shook his head quickly, almost too fast. Other folks mostly shrugged or looked confused. One woman at the hardware store mentioned dogs barking wildly around 1 a.m., thinking they were coyotes. I haven't filmed anything since. My new hard drive works, but I check it daily. Paranoid. I've stopped posting on TikTok and haven't logged in. The sedan hasn't returned, at least not that I've seen. But at night, especially out back, I sense something just beyond the tree line. More like waiting. I don't take walks anymore. I started to change after that day. It began with a strange encounter at the crosswalk. A man in a black suit with pale skin and almost white hair rolled down his passenger window. He wore black sunglasses and looked unlike anyone I'd ever seen. At first, the odd occurrences seemed minor. My phone would randomly freeze momentarily. My school ID badge stopped scanning, then worked perfectly the next day. One afternoon, Spotify completely reset itself. All playlists vanished, history wiped clean. I only noticed when trying to play music in the car. That Friday, something bizarre happened with my algebra binder. I left it on my desk during lunch, and when I returned, everything inside was flipped upside down. Papers remained in order, just completely inverted. My friends looked genuinely confused when I asked about it. One even joked that I must be haunted. It all traced back to that car, to the man who wasn't really smiling. He had rolled down his window and looked straight at me, his eyes not matching his moving lips. His voice was flat, like someone reading from a script. I changed after that encounter. I stopped walking alone, sticking to the bus, and staying in crowds. I never mentioned the man in the suit to anyone. What could I even say? The weirdest moment came the following Monday during a fire drill. Standing on the soccer field, I spotted someone at the far end by the visitor bleachers. Same suit, same hair, same posture as the man from the car. I blinked, and he was gone. No one else seemed to have seen him. When I asked Kayla, who was next to me, she just looked confused and said, "What guy?" That night, I found myself searching online for floating lights in cornfields, desperate for some explanation. The car had pulled away that day so smoothly, almost gliding without a sound. I went straight home and locked my bedroom door, keeping my phone plugged in with the flashlight app open. Sleep didn't come easily. I've been helping my friend Tyler run a side project documenting weird sightings around upstate New York. It wasn't healthy to dwell on things you didn't really see. My mouth went dry. I hadn't told anyone about what happened the night before, not even my cousin. Len, a guy in his 60s, contacted us about something strange. He saw one Tuesday at 2 a.m. 3 white lights had dropped below the treetops, silent and without wind. The next day he hiked out and found a perfect ring in the moss, about 20 feet wide. We're just two guys with day jobs in Albany who investigate spots people tell us about. Our YouTube channel is mostly a hobby, and this trip took us near Midburg to a patch of woods. On Saturday afternoon, we drove out, parked on a dirt shoulder, and hiked in with cameras and Tyler's cheap EMF meter. It took about 40 minutes to reach the clearing. The ring was still visible, though not as sharp as in Len's photos. Something had clearly disturbed the area. The moss around the edge was a different color. We spent a couple hours there collecting drone footage and soil samples. Tyler said he felt a vibration through his boots, but I didn't sense anything. The area was eerily quiet. No birds, no bugs, just occasional tree creaks. After wrapping up at dusk, we headed home. Back in Nebraska, I reviewed footage, drones, weather balloons, fireworks, nothing significant. The next weekend, I returned to the road during daylight. Corn stood still. I pulled over, walked a few feet in. Nothing. No tracks, no burn marks, no equipment, just dry ground and rows of stalks. We returned to our split-level apartment around 10 p.m. after grabbing burgers, joking about Len's potential kiddie pool scare. We'd been roommates for 3 years in this second-floor unit on Western Avenue. The moment we reached the door, something felt off. The handle wasn't fully latched. The door nudged open when I pushed it. I initially thought Tyler might have forgotten to lock up, but he always double-checks. We entered cautiously, half expecting a confrontation. I've never seen the car again. Not near school, not around town. But sometimes at night, the pressure builds behind my eyes like someone staring through the walls. I've started keeping my blinds closed all the time. Even when I accidentally drive past that field, I try not to look. The apartment seemed untouched after the break-in. Laptops sat on the desk, the TV was fine, and drawers remained in place. But something was off. Every mirror had been mysteriously flipped. In the bathroom, the mirror faced the wall. The full-length mirror in my bedroom was turned around. Tyler's dresser mirror lay face down on the carpet. No broken glass, no other disturbances. We checked the windows, all locked from the inside. We didn't call the police, probably because nothing was technically missing. Just those unsettling mirrors. That night was tense. Tyler stayed in the living room with lights blazing, and I lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Closing my eyes brought vivid images of someone watching from just beyond my peripheral vision. "There's someone down here," Tyler said without turning. I joined him and looked where he pointed. Across the street, under the sodium street lamp, stood a man in a black suit. No coat, no umbrella, despite the drizzle. His pale skin stood out, no hat obscuring his features. His arms hung unnaturally straight at his sides, fixed in an eerie stillness. I asked how long he'd been there. Tyler mentioned first noticing him about 30 minutes earlier. We watched for another 10 minutes. The man never looked away, never moved. I tried capturing a photo on my phone, but when I checked, he was inexplicably absent. Just an empty street remained. Tyler wanted to confront him, but I suggested waiting. Sometime after 4 o'clock, the man simply walked away, not toward a car or building, just vanished into the night. We both called out of work the next day. I checked the locks again, but nothing was broken. We talked about what to do next. Is report it, ignore it, or maybe move. Neither of us really believed we were in danger, but we also couldn't explain what was happening. That afternoon, we tried logging into the channel to review the footage from the woods. The drone clips were there, along with the photos and soil sample materials, but the files from Tyler's handheld where he'd walked through the ring and talked about the soil were completely gone. Just gone. Not corrupted, not mislabeled, like they were never recorded. We checked the SD card on my laptop and his with the same result. No files past a certain timestamp, right around the time we noticed the weird quiet in the clearing. Late October offered a clear, dry and cold night. Stars popped with incredible brightness. I was out on the ridge just after midnight, pursuing my passion for astrophotography. This was something I'd been into for a few years, mostly as a way to escape and focus on something bigger. About 20 minutes from my place in northern Vermont, I drove alone to a spot I'd been scouting. A small dirt path led to a clearing on the ridge with no street lights for miles. The sky was perfect. I set up my old Canon A1 on a tripod using some expired Kodak Ektachrome I'd found at a thrift store. Film photography forces you to slow down and be patient. Fiddling with settings, I began my 30-second exposures at ISO 600. The ridge faced east, so I was trying to capture the movement of stars trailing around Polaris. Everything looked normal at first. After about an hour of shooting, I packed up and headed home. The next morning, I started developing the film in the dark room on campus. Our photography department's lab is open almost all the time. The space is cramped, with concrete walls and flickering fluorescent lights, surrounded by chemicals and trays. I find it oddly comforting and quiet. After developing my first few strips and hanging them to dry, I noticed something strange on one of row. The rolls, the star trails looked great, but cutting across the sky were sharp geometric streaks, precise lines and angles that didn't seem random. They looked deliberate, like someone had drawn patterns in light. These shapes were unlike anything I'd seen before, definitely not from airplanes or satellites. I examined the negatives under the light, blinking and wondering if it might be a scratch or processing error. Deciding to investigate, I printed a few frames using the enlarger. When blown up, the shapes became even more bizarre. Triangles, diamonds, and what appeared to be a hexagon glowed faintly white. They remained sharp and defined. Before bed, the previous night, I had looked out the window. No one was on the street, but one of the street lamps directly across from our building kept flickering on, off, back on, like someone was playing with the power. I watched it for a while, then closed the blinds. The next morning, neither of us said anything about it. We just made coffee and went about our day like normal. But that wasn't the last time I saw the man. During a late-night photography session, I captured an unusual image where the surrounding stars blurred from the exposure. When I showed the print to Claire, another photography student, she suggested it might be light graffiti or a film glitch. We discussed the photo, but something about it continued to nag at me. My investigation began weeks earlier when I'd been exploring public satellite data, searching for anything out of the ordinary. UFOs, secret military sites, restricted areas. These were my fascination. One afternoon, I discovered something intriguing. Satellite images of a land section near a military testing zone's border in southern Utah revealed perfectly symmetrical geometric shapes carved into the desert floor. After sharing my finding with others, I received cryptic warnings. Someone mentioned they'd taken photos in the area and advised against too much investigation, hinting that some things were better left undiscovered. An uneasy feeling settled over me, compelling me to continue my research. Days passed and strange events began to unfold. When I returned to the dark room to develop more prints, I found the room empty except for Mr. Carver, the janitor. His expression seemed odd, as if he were holding back information. I reached into my locker and discovered all my prints with geometric streaks were missing. Questioning Mr. Paulus, questioning Mr. Fur, Carver, he hesitantly explained that men in black suits had recently visited after hours, asking peculiar questions about lights, long exposures, and capturing things not meant to be seen. My curiosity grew. The strangeness escalated. Walking home from campus one night, I spotted a black sedan parked under a street lamp near my apartment. 2 men in dark suits sat inside, unmoving. As I passed, their headlights flickered, and one watched me intently. Spooked, I rushed home, locking every door and window. Subsequent occurrences became routine. My phone battery drained quickly, and fleeting movements outside my window would vanish as suddenly as they appeared. Something was definitely happening, but I wasn't sure what. Late one night driving home, my headlights briefly dimmed. An unsettling sequence of events began to unfold. An email arrived on my school account with no subject, just a cryptic message suggesting I'd seen too much light lately. The sender's address was unfamiliar, and my reply went unanswered. That night, a shadow seemed to stand outside my apartment. When I looked closer, it disappeared. I tried convincing myself it was just a streetlight playing tricks. As a precaution, I moved my negatives and prints to a safer location. While browsing online, I discovered some strange shapes. No discussions existed in news or forums about these mysterious markings. Determined to understand, I downloaded the images and carefully cleaned them up. I created a detailed forum post with precise coordinates, zoomed-in views and overlays highlighting the shapes clearly. Lying in bed that night, my mind kept returning to those images. The shapes appeared almost deliberately carved, as if with a specific purpose. Questions swirled. Who would have access to that remote location? Why was the area completely off-limits? Something felt hidden, something nobody wanted exposed. Just after midnight, a knock interrupted the silence. Living alone on the town's outskirts, late-night visitors were unheard of. The knocking persisted in slow, deliberate intervals. Peering through the peephole revealed nothing. When I cautiously opened the door, a man in a dark, old-fashioned suit stood motionless. "What do you think you saw?" he asked, his voice quiet, but commanding. Stunned, I stammered, "Excuse me." He repeated the question more like a warning than a query. I quickly shut and locked the door, my heart pounding. Something felt wrong. This wasn't an official visit. The knocking resumed immediately, striking every 3 minutes with mechanical precision. My phone showed no signal, unusual for this area. Though I never saw those men in black again, I always felt watched, like something was waiting. In the end, I stopped photographing the night sky. Something just didn't feel right anymore. At the Mount Kelsey Observatory, nestled on a ridge surrounded by pine trees about 40 miles from Flagstaff, Arizona, I'd worked as a night security guard for almost 3 years. My shifts ran from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and most nights were peaceful. Just me patrolling the grounds, checking the perimeter, watching for trespassers or wildlife. That night in mid-October was clear and cold, with the moon just a sliver barely illuminating the darkness. Around midnight, something caught my eye. 2 bright spheres hovering over the east ridge, not far from the facility. These weren't typical aircraft lights. No blinking, just steady, intense, pale blue-white glows. I initially thought someone might be playing with spotlights or lanterns, but these spheres remained motionless. Then the bizarre events began. I checked locks and windows, ensuring everything was secure, and sat near the door listening. Each knock felt like a threat, yet no one was visible. The knocking started soon after, steady taps every 3 minutes. I couldn't sleep, constantly watching the door. The air near the entrance grew inexplicably colder, despite my heater running. A faint, steady buzzing underscored the silence. When dawn's first rays appeared, the knocking abruptly stopped. I waited until mid-morning to open the door, finding nothing. No footprints, no notes, absolutely nothing. Hours later, back home, the strange experience haunted me. I posted about the satellite images online, but something felt off. Later that day, I discovered my online thread had vanished without explanation, completely deleted. The night shift had been quiet until I spotted the two bright spheres hovering near the tree line about 50 feet apart. They moved erratically but remained suspended in place. Grabbing my flashlight and binoculars, I tried to get a clearer view. For nearly 5 minutes, the spheres hung motionless and silent. I radioed the control room to report the unusual activity on the east side. They instructed me to observe but not approach, so I watched, waiting. The entire experience left me unsettled. The mysterious spheres, the persistent knocking, the disappeared images. It all felt like something I wasn't meant to see. The shapes on those satellite maps remained, but I won't touch them anymore. And if those knocks ever returned, I'm definitely not answering. The entire night shifted when the spheres emerged without warning. At first they rose slowly, then rapidly accelerated, climbing 20 feet, then 30, vanishing into the sky at a speed beyond anything I'd witnessed from aircraft. Their movement was unlike anything I knew. I spent the remainder of my shift searching extensively, walking the ridge, scanning cameras across the property. I sought any trace of what I'd just seen. No tracks, no vehicles, no signs of anyone nearby. Nothing. My report that morning was crafted carefully, attempting to sound rational. I detailed the bright lights that had hovered silently before disappearing, but everything changed when I arrived. Jeff was waiting, visibly tense and nervous. Before I could speak, two men in crisp black suits entered, carrying themselves with an unsettling calm. They introduced themselves as Homeland Security agents, here to discuss my report. Their metal badges bore numbers 0473 and 8921. With no traditional identification, their eyes were what truly unnerved me. Unblinking, they stared with an almost inhuman intensity. They questioned me about the report, what I saw, when I saw it, any unusual details. I recounted everything precisely: the spheres, their movement, the complete silence, my inability to explain what happened. They listened intently, exchanging knowing glances, yet writing nothing down. After their brief 20-minute visit, during which they whispered about restricted airspace and non-conventional aerial phenomena, everything felt different. Jeff stayed close, but remained silent. Strange camera interruptions punctuated the day, sudden static breaking the video feed at odd moments. That night I encountered the spheres again, hovering in the exact same spot. The environment was surreal. The forest around the observatory was unnaturally quiet. No wind, no rustling leaves, no distant wildlife sounds. It was as if everything had stopped breathing. A low electrical hum buzzed behind me, heightening the tension. I explored abandoned places, driven by a passion for uncovering forgotten stories. It wasn't about cheap thrills, but a deep fascination with sites left behind. That October night near Fallon, Nevada, changed everything. The missile silo sat tucked away in scrubland, a few miles outside town, fenced off but not exactly secure. Its concrete opening gaped like a wound leading deep underground. Late afternoon painted the sky orange, a dry chill hanging in the air as I parked my truck on a distant dirt road. Walking toward the entrance, silence pressed against my ears. Only the crunch of my boots broke the stillness. Cracked concrete walls with faded graffiti surrounded me. Leaning over the edge, I peered into a darkness that seemed bottomless. My phone's flashlight penetrated just a few feet, revealing a stale, cool atmosphere untouched for years. I prepared carefully, rigging a rope harness to lower myself for a closer look. Something flickered in the shadows. A faint glow like a phone or lantern light caught my eye. I hesitated, then dismissed it as a sun reflection. Not my imagination. Nobody else was supposed to be here. Descending about 20 feet, I noticed the walls were damp. A musty smell of old metal and earth filled my lungs. The previous glow had vanished, but my flashlight caught something unexpected. A series of lights flickering deeper in the shaft, completely quiet now. As I looked at the spheres, one seemed to flicker momentarily, almost like a digital glitch which made my stomach churn. The spheres began moving slowly toward the observatory's main telescope dome. I tried to radio the control room, but my voice came out distorted, overwhelmed by loud static. For about 10 minutes, the lights hovered overhead before vanishing completely. In the following weeks, strange occurrences continued. Security cameras would catch something moving just beyond the frame, too quick to be human, too indistinct to be an animal. I noticed odd details. Faint footprints leading nowhere, and small scorched patches near the equipment sheds. When I mentioned these to Jeff, he dismissed them as potential animal or human activity. The agents never returned, and the spheres stopped appearing after that night. Yet an unsettling sensation of being watched persisted. Those unblinking agents and the silent hovering spheres remained etched in my memory, a constant reminder of that inexplicable experience during my night shifts. Eventually, things returned to normal, but I never forgot. Blue and white lights pulsed unevenly like lanterns, creating an unsettling atmosphere. When I called out, my voice echoed strangely against concrete walls, met only by absolute silence. Something felt off about being so close to an unknown presence without any response. My heart raced as I climbed back up, though I couldn't explain why. The wind grew stronger, darkening the sky. I scanned the area but found no trace of another person, no footprints, no vehicles, no lights anywhere. Back at my truck, I discovered my phone had no signal, which wasn't unusual in remote areas. But the radio was completely dead. No static, no buzz, just pure silence when I turned it on. Driving homeward on the 2-lane road, only starlight and a distant glow from Fallon broke the darkness. Suddenly, my dashboard started flickering. The gauges acted strange for a moment, and the radio unexpectedly came to life, not with music or talk, but a low electrical hum that faded almost instantly. My apartment, dear, looked exactly the same. Clothes scattered, books piled on the table. Nothing seemed out of place. But something new waited in my mailbox. A single photograph with a chilling handwritten note on the back reading, "We're not buried that deep." The photo was a grainy black and white aerial shot of the silo from that night. And there I was, my silhouette standing at the concrete edge trim, hands resting, looking down. I live alone on the second floor, in a locked apartment, with only the landlord having a spare key. In the days that followed, I tried to make sense of what happened. I returned to the silo with friends and alone, but found nothing unusual. No lights, no sounds, no evidence of anyone else. The area remained unnaturally quiet. A week later, driving past the silo at dusk, the mystery lingered, unexplained and unsettling. Just after midnight, I'm Lisa Moreno, and I live in a small cabin near Ashford, Washington, about as remote as you can get, without vanishing completely. My hobby, or maybe obsession, is recording strange things that don't quite make sense. I was out filming the lake so still it seemed to swallow every sound. Thick clouds blocked the moon, and the air felt heavy with approaching rain. I'd been watching for those weird lights I'd noticed over the past few nights. Messing around with my phone's camera, I first spotted them. Faint glimmers flickering over the water in patterns that defied explanation. Small orbs hovering and zipping in ways that made no sense. No planes, no bats, no fireflies, just pure mystery. I wanted to capture them on video, not to prove anything, but simply because they were so strange. That night, I got some footage. The lights pulsed in a loose circle above the lake, sometimes darting up and down with what seemed like deliberate movement. Pure silence surrounded them, no sound breaking the stillness. The next morning, I showed the video to some friends, just like before my truck's radio died. As the sunset faded, that familiar, low, steady hum started. I stepped outside into air that felt heavy, with evening cicadas strangely quiet. Just beyond the tree line, I saw that faint glow again. Not moving fast, just hovering low, flickering between blue and white. It wasn't a helicopter or plane, no wings, no sound. Words stuck in my throat as I wanted to call out. After a few minutes, the light dimmed and vanished into the night as if it had never existed. I went home, locked every door, triple-checked the windows, and didn't sleep well for days. Weird things haven't stopped completely since then. My porch lights sometimes flicker when no one's around. Strange photos appear in my gallery, just static and incomprehensible shapes. A photo materialized on my doorstep, and something watched me from above the silo. I've been tracking something strange near the lake, capturing odd clips that I showed to my friend Jamie over coffee. While he's more into hiking than unusual phenomena, he suggested it might be a drone, but the movements didn't feel mechanical. and drones don't typically hide in fog like that. My attempts to gather better footage continued, and strange occurrences began to pile up. One night, while editing video, the power flickered subtly. The lights dimmed and went out completely for about 10 seconds, but only in my cabin. When electricity returned, my laptop had frozen despite being on battery power. Electronics started acting weird. My phone's battery drained unusually fast, and the GPS would shut off randomly. The compass would spin erratically, especially around the lake. The night before everything changed, I decided to sleep early and skip my usual late-night observation. Around 3 a.m., a sound at the door woke me. I had unusually locked the porch door that night. The noise wasn't a knock, but a soft dragging shuffle across the wooden floor. I was working the night shift at a small gas station just outside of Salem, Oregon. Nothing fancy, just a place on a highway where drivers stop for coffee, snacks, or to fill up before heading into the woods or on long stretches of road. My name's Tyler, and I'm not someone who buys into weird stuff. Or at least I wasn't before that night. It was a Tuesday in early October. The weather had been gloomy all day with low grey clouds and light drizzle. The night had settled into a cold that sneaks into your jacket, making you wish you'd grabbed a hoodie. The kind of night where the wind hums through the trees just right and everything feels a little empty. About 3 hours into my shift, the bell on the door jingled. 2 men walked in together, almost perfectly identical. Same height, same build, same dark hair slicked back, wearing black suits that looked like they'd come from some old-fashioned tailor. They moved slowly and deliberately like they were in no hurry, but knew exactly where they were going. Later that night, I heard racing outside and looked through the peephole. A man dressed entirely in black jacket, pants, boots stood motionless, staring directly at the door. His face was shadowed. When I whispered, "Who are you?" there was no response. Just as I was about to call 911, I noticed something on the porch floor. A photo here dropped. Cracking the door open, I retrieved a faded, yellowed photograph. It was an old picture of me as a child, maybe 6 or 7, smiling in the blue jacket my mom bought that winter. When I looked up, the man had vanished without a trace. No footsteps, no sign of movement. The back was blank, adding to the unsettling mystery of that night. After that night, strange things started happening. My phone would light up with calls from unknown numbers. Never answered, never leaving a message. Lights on the lake flickered, and I felt watched, even inside the cabin. One evening, I heard a soft tapping on the window, but when I looked, nothing was there. I started carrying a flashlight and pepper spray whenever I went outside, just in case. I don't know if the man was connected to the lights or the weird glitches. I don't know why he had that photo or what he wanted to tell me, but something changed in me. I started paying attention to things I hadn't before. The way the fog rolls in too quickly. The way the power sometimes blinks in half a house. The quiet moments when the world feels paused, like it's holding its breath. Sometimes when I look out over the lake at night, I wonder. And I've got a photo on my desk right next to my camera, and I haven't shown it to anyone yet. Something strange happened at the store a few nights ago. 2 men walked in, standing completely still in front of the counter, like statues, their movements precise and demeanor unnaturally calm. 1 pack of Marlboro, the first said in a low, flat voice. 2 black coffees added the second. I rang up their purchase as they placed 2 crisp $100 billion bills on the counter. The transaction was mechanical. No thanks, no small talk. As they collected their items, a cold, metallic smell filled the air. It was different from anything I'd experienced before, not unpleasant, just intensely unnatural, like the scent preceding a thunderstorm, but sharper and more pronounced. Just before leaving, the first man turned slightly and whispered, "The sky is safer when it's empty." When I asked what, he simply nodded and walked out with his companion. The odd smell lingered, transforming the store's familiar warmth into something tense and sharp. I tried to dismiss it as just another strange encounter, maybe with some local cult members or eccentrics, but over the next few nights, peculiar things began happening. The sky became unnaturally clear, pitch black with no clouds, our stars extinguished as if by an unseen hand. Street lamps flickered, casting shadows that seemed disconnected from their sources. Once I could have sworn I saw a dark shape moving between the pine trees in the parking lot. One night, the gas station security camera caught something odd. The 2 black cars that usually sat empty in the far corner of the parking lot suddenly vanished. When the cameras cut to static for exactly 33 seconds and then returned, the cars were back as if nothing had happened. I mentioned this to the manager, but he just told me to reset the system and forget about it. Soon, I started hearing soft sounds outside, a low humming like a machine idling far away. Every time I stepped out to investigate, nothing moved, no headlights, no people. Then came the night I saw something unusual just above the treetops, a pale round light gliding smoothly across the sky. The mysterious encounter refused to fade from my mind, hanging in the air like that unexplained cold scent. Strange things started happening, small details that didn't quite add up. The Wickoo crisp autumn night was when everything changed. Driving home from a late shift at the hospital, I was cruising through the outskirts of Cedar Falls, Iowa. The road was mostly empty, with trees lining the highway barely visible in my headlights' dim glow. A little fog rolled in, softening the road's edges. Halfway through the drive, something strange caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just fog playing tricks. But then the sky started lighting up with a weird swirling glow, not lightning, not fireworks, but more like colored bands of light shifting and twisting. Greens and blues pulsed and flickered with their own rhythm. I'd seen northern lights and storms before, but this was different. Quieter. I slowed down and pulled over onto the shoulder. Stepping out of my car, cold air hit me, fog curling around my boots. The whole sky above was dancing with that strange light. I felt hypnotic, like electricity hung thick in the air, though I could barely hear anything except the faint rustling of trees. When I tried to record it on my phone, the screen flickered and the camera wouldn't focus right. After a few seconds, the lights started to fade, melting away like nothing had happened. Not like a plane or helicopter, more fluid, almost ethereal. It disappeared behind the clouds after a minute, leaving the sky darker than before. When I told my co-workers, they laughed it off as fog or airplane lights. But the night was clear with no fog at all. A week later, while closing up, the bell jingled. My heart raced, but it was just a woman grabbing a soda before heading home. Still, something felt different. The store seemed to be waiting, anticipating something. The weirdest night came near 4 a.m. A cold, strong wind rattled the building's siding as I wiped down the counters. There they were, 2 men in black suits with slick hair and blank faces. They walked straight to the counter, neat as silent. That cold smell returned thick and heavy. The first man spoke quietly, almost like a warning. The sky is safer when it's empty. I wanted to ask what he meant, but my throat was dry. I just nodded, feeling trapped in a dream. They handed me a thick, unmarked envelope. Keep it safe. Then they left without another word. I didn't open the envelope right away. When I finally did, it was just a few pages. Since that night, I keep an eye on the sky during my shifts at the gas station. Blurry photos remain, shots of strange. The night was quiet, with only the faintest sounds breaking the silence. Shadows stretched across the trees, and an unsettling feeling crept in. Something always seemed to be watching from above, especially when the wind picked up and the sky darkened unexpectedly. Pulling into my driveway about 20 minutes later, I noticed something immediately unusual. My windshield had fresh etchings scratched across the driver's side, at first just a smear, but then clearly intentional markings. Down the street, a black sedan sat parked about 50 yards away. No markings, no headlights, but its engine hummed softly in the stillness. Strangely, no one was inside. Standing on my porch, I wondered if this was some elaborate prank or if I was imagining things. Deciding against investigation, I went inside and locked the door. The next morning, I shared the story with my neighbors. Nobody had seen anything, and the black car remained a mystery. The police promised to keep watch, but seemed largely unconcerned. Over the next few days, strange occurrences multiplied. The black car would appear and disappear mysteriously, sometimes vanishing when I looked away, only to reappear a block or two down the road. Odd sounds began haunting the nights, a low transformer-like humming emanating from the woods behind my house. Then one night around 3 a.m., everything changed. A bright, pure white light flooded my bedroom, unlike any street lamp or passing headlights. Steady and intense, it made the room glow like midday. Heart racing, I sat up and looked outside. The street was empty. The black car had vanished. The neighborhood had been acting strange, a thick fog hanging low around the trees. an eerie silence prevailing. I went outside to check where the black car had been, but it was gone without a trace. The next morning, a chilling message appeared on the old maple tree in my front yard. 2 words were scratched into the bark: "Stop watching." I kept this to myself, thinking it might be a local kid's prank. But the handwriting was identical to the previous message on my windshield. Neighbors whispered about strange lights hovering in the sky. Though no one could quite explain them, something felt off. A bizarre sensation of being watched crept over me, not like someone was physically hiding, but a different kind of presence just beyond my perception. Late at night, faint glows would sometimes appear behind the trees. Shadows danced around street lamps that didn't seem to belong. I stopped venturing outside after dark. One evening, I thought I heard footsteps rustling through leaves near my back door. Peering through the blinds revealed only an empty yard. Wind-blown branches scratched against the window, intensifying the unsettling atmosphere. Communication became increasingly strange. My phone's battery would die unexpectedly, despite being fully charged. The signal weakened, as if I were in a dead zone, even though my house normally had perfect reception. Time itself seemed to warp. Hours passed strangely, with minutes jumping forward without explanation. Weeks after everything began, a black car rolled slowly down the street, headlights off and engine silent. It stopped directly in front of my house. I sat motionless for a long minute. No one emerged. My heart raced as I stared back. Then, just as suddenly, it disappeared into the fog. As quickly as it all started, everything stopped. The mysterious messages ceased. The strange lights vanished. The black car never returned. I was left wondering what had truly happened. Later, I found myself at Devil's Ridge, a secluded spot near Flagstaff, Arizona. The landscape was silent, with wind occasionally whistling through pine needles and scrub. My mission was simple: capture the stars. I'd set up my camera gear, tripod, lenses and phone, timed perfectly to catch the dew. Milky Way emerging. As I adjusted aperture and checked exposure, the sky transformed into a stunning canvas of darkness studded with stars. That's when I saw it. On the ridge across the small valley, a figure stood motionless on a narrow rock outcrop, completely black, silhouetted against the starry backdrop, perfectly still. No movement, no discernible features, just a shape. No, here's the rewritten version. My job as a security guard at a military base near Hawthorne, Nevada, isn't your typical 9 to 5. People around here know this place is different. A spot everyone whispers about, but nobody discusses openly. It's classified strictly off-limits to civilians. During my midnight to 8 a.m. shift, something strange happened. An unfamiliar number flashed on my phone, just a random string of digits. Most people would ignore such a call, but something compelled me to answer. The voice was chilling, low and distorted. 3 words: "We're watching." My heart raced as I stared at the phone. The cold air seemed to press against me, making me uncertain whether to stay put or flee. Was this a prank? The voice suggested otherwise. I decided to drive home, taking long, winding desert roads. The radio buzzed with static, and shadows seemed to dance around me. More than once, I caught glimpses of phantom headlights in my rearview mirror, but when I looked directly, nothing was there. Back home, I checked my phone. No missed calls, no texts. Everything seemed normal. The next day, I returned to Devil's Ridge with friends, searching for any sign of disturbance. We found nothing, no footprints, no disrupted ground. That night, something moved between the trees across the street. I thought it might be a neighbor or an animal, but when I looked again, nothing remained. Since then, I've returned to Devil's Ridge multiple times. I never saw that figure again, but I constantly feel what head. An unseen pressure lingers like eyes just beyond my perception. As a photographer or hiker, the location was incredibly remote. I called out softly, "Hey, you okay over here?" Silence. A second attempt, slightly louder, yielded nothing. Then, in an instant, the figure simply vanished. No warped away, no hidden, but completely disappeared as if switched off. Unease mixed with curiosity. Was it a trick of the light? A product of imagination? The darkness played strange games out here. Occasionally, my phone lights up with unrecognized numbers. When I answer, only silence greets me. The scratches on my windshield have faded, but questions remain. Who or what was out there? What did they mean when they said, "Look up less"? Something was present that night, something I still can't fully explain. The security room was hushed, with only machine hums and distant wind sounds. Soft glows from monitors illuminated the dimmed space. Night shifts are typically monotonous, but something changed 2 weeks ago. Around 3:02 a.m., a nondescript black sedan from the late 90s or early 2000s appeared on a road section about half a mile from the main gates. This was a spot usually empty at night. 2 men emerged from the car, moving in a way that defied normal human motion, almost gliding slightly above the ground. Their stillness was unnerving. They stood side by side, scanning the horizon with an eerie, rigid posture. No blinking, no typical head movements, just a frozen observation of the surroundings. The most striking detail was their shadows, or rather, the complete absence of them. Despite street lights behind them, no shadows fell on the pavement or nearby rocks. My walkie-talkie crackled. Another guard asked if I was seeing what he was seeing. I confirmed the details about the car and mysterious men. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, the 2 figures glided back toward the car, seemingly not touching the ground. The vehicle moved forward without headlights and vanished into the darkness. When I attempted to rewind and analyze the footage, the feed abruptly cut out. All monitors blinked off momentarily, then returned with normal daytime recordings from earlier. The entire 3 a.m. sequence had disappeared, leaving only questions. I asked around, but the other guards either hadn't noticed or were reluctant to discuss it. For the next few nights, I kept a close watch on that camera's feed, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever had vanished. The area remained eerily silent, with only the wind and distant bass hum breaking the stillness. Something was definitely paying attention in the darkness. I can't explain what happened. All I know is that out here, something was watching. I was hiking alone on a quiet trail between Snoqualmie and Stevens Pass on a damp, overcast late October day. The forest smelled of recent rain, and the trail was mostly empty, which suited me perfectly. Around noon, about 3 miles into my planned 5 or 6 mile hike, something unusual caught my eye. Just off the path near some ferns sat a black briefcase, sitting upright as if carefully placed. It was plain and scratched, looking like it had been dragged across rough ground. The case was locked tight with no visible way to open it, reminding me of hard-shell camera gear containers. I tried jiggling the handle, shaking it a bit, thinking someone might have dropped it, but I ultimately left it where it was and continued walking. Gradually, something felt off. The forest around me changed. The air grew heavier. Sounds became muted. Bird chirps and leaf rustling seemed distant, as if someone had turned down the world's volume. I wondered if I was imagining things. When I looked back, the briefcase was gone, completely vanished. No footprints, no crushed vegetation, nothing to suggest it had ever been there. In the days that followed, strange things started happening. I continued working, sensing something unusual was brewing. Local residents began sharing their own bizarre experiences. They spoke of unusual lights near the base, strange noises echoing through the hills, and movements that defied explanation. These weren't typical ghost stories. These people seemed genuinely concerned. Later, driving home on the same stretch of road, I spotted a car parked on the side with no lights on. I slowed down, thinking someone might need help, but found no one inside when I got closer. I can't explain exactly what I witnessed that night. Was it a military test or something entirely different? The way those men moved, the vanishing shadows, the missing footage, none of it felt normal. My name is Claire, a graphic designer from Seattle who sometimes needs to escape the city's constant noise. And on quiet nights, when the wind moves just right, I sense watchful eyes from the dark hills surrounding the base. I was out on a story for the Melrose Gazette, covering something far different from my usual beat of city council meetings and county fairs. A crop circle on the outskirts of town had drawn me into an investigation that felt strangely compelling, almost like something was pulling me towards it. Just after dusk, I arrived at the farm. The sky hung heavy with mist rolling in from the Platte River, and a recent rain had made the dirt roads slick. Cornfields stretched like dark shadows on both sides, tall stalks brushing against low clouds. The air carried a damp scent mixed with something metallic I couldn't quite place. The farmer, Hank, seemed uneasy, but allowed me to walk the path through the crops. The circle was massive, about 50 feet wide, with perfect rings and lines pressed into the corn. Every stalk was bent, not broken, as if created with a precise stencil. The ground remained wet, and the crops showed no signs of wilting. An absolute silence surrounded me. It was one of those moments where the world simply stopped making noise. No insects, no rustling leaves, nothing except the soft squish of my boots in the mud. Even the farm dogs down the road were eerily quiet. Days before, my phone had started acting strange. Battery draining quickly, calls filled with static, screen flickering unexpectedly. During a previous visit to the trailhead, I'd noticed a man standing at the parking lot's edge. He wore a crisp black suit and tie with short, neatly combed dark hair, but his eyes truly unnerved me, hollow and empty like vacant sockets with nothing behind them. When I turned back, hoping he might speak, he simply walked away, his footsteps silent on the gravel. My phone battery dropped rapidly during this visit, plummeting from 70% to 20% in less than 10 minutes. Later, when I returned to the spot, I found nothing. No trace of a mysterious briefcase or any sign of disturbance. I never saw the man again in person, but sometimes when I'm alone, I catch a glimpse of someone standing just beyond my vision, someone in a black suit with those same empty eyes. I stood in the cornfield, mist thick and swirling around me. Tall stalks blocked my view, creating a claustrophobic barrier. Something felt off. My eyes searched for answers, but I had none. Just a strange feeling that something was watching, waiting, or trying to communicate in a way I couldn't comprehend. Suddenly, footsteps behind me made my heart race. I spun around, but nothing was there. Just corn moving softly in the breeze. Then came the voices. Low, calm male tones just beyond my hearing. I moved toward the sound, trying to locate its source. Through the fog, two men in black suits materialized. Their shoes were polished, even in the muddy field, clearly out of place in this nighttime landscape. One of them fixed me with a direct gaze and whispered, "Are you prepared for what's beneath the soil?" The words cut through the silence. Confused, I asked what he meant. They remained silent, the second man staring with unreadable dark eyes. My skin crawled as they turned and walked deeper into the field, fading like ghosts into the mist. When dawn came, I returned with the farmer and deputies. The crop circle had vanished completely. No trampled corn, no footprints, no evidence of machinery, just standing stalks as if nothing had ever happened. It started innocently enough. One Tuesday night around 11 p.m., I noticed a black sedan parked across the street from my house. At first, I thought it might just be someone visiting a neighbor. The neighborhood was silent, broken only by the occasional car passing by. A sleek sedan sat perfectly parallel to the curb, its windows completely blacked out, clean and unmarked, no license plates. I still have the photos from that night. The mist looks thicker in them, almost like a curtain hiding some unknown truth. I don't often discuss what occurred. The strange encounter haunts me. Was it a dream or something beyond explanation? Sometimes when thick mist rolls over Melrose, I hear that haunting question, and I realize I still don't know the answer. I stepped onto my porch to get a better look, but the driver remained motionless, engine off, not a hint of movement. At first, I thought nothing of it. Maybe someone was waiting for it. But when the same car returned the next night, parked in the exact same spot, I began to wonder. I asked my neighbor Tim if he'd noticed anything unusual. He hadn't. Over the next week, the car became a nightly fixture, never moving, never making a sound, an unsettling presence that grew more intense with each passing night. And I was storm chasing in the Oklahoma plains late April, the kind of weather that tests professionals like me. I'd been freelancing for local news and weather sites for years. Nothing fancy. It all started a couple of weeks earlier during a late-night drive on State Route 42. The highway cuts through the town's edge and is mostly empty after dark. I pulled over at a roadside overlook to stretch my legs. The night was clear, stars bright with a slight chill in the air. While scrolling through old photos on my phone, I looked up and saw something extraordinary. Hovering about 50 feet above the highway center line was a dark, smooth, rounded shape. No wings, no helicopter or plane features, no blinking lights, no sound, just suspended in midair. I tried to take pictures, but it was difficult. The object seemed to absorb light, blurring its edges against the night sky. Streetlights flickered as if struggling with some unseen power. After a few minutes, it drifted slowly to the right over the trees and vanished as silently as it had appeared. I drove home with an uneasy feeling of being watched, the sensation lingering throughout the journey. Days later, a black sedan began its nightly vigil outside my house. The silence grew heavy, windows blacked out, no lights, but definitely watching. I tried to rationalize it, but deep down I knew something was not right. The sedan first appeared about a week after I took those photos. At first I thought it might just be a coincidence, someone staking out the neighborhood. But why me? I didn't have enemies, didn't owe anyone money, hadn't been in any fights. The only thing different was the photos I'd taken. I kept those photos to myself, didn't show anyone. No friends, no family, just saved them on my phone. Something made me hold on to them, though I'd considered deleting them more than once. One night I stepped outside to smoke and saw the sedan was there again, just like always. Through the tinted windows, I caught a shadow moving at a slight shift. The driver slowly turning his head, watching me. I swallowed hard and went back inside, locking the door and checking the windows. Maybe I was just being paranoid, but the intensity grew with each passing night. From my living room window, I watched. The tinted windows revealed nothing, but I was certain someone was inside, watching me. Around 9 p.m., there was a knock. Not a normal knock. Soft and deliberate, like someone trying to avoid noise while still getting my attention. I opened the door a crack to find a man in a black suit. He looked ordinary, but something about his demeanor was off. Too calm. No smile, no greeting. He just handed me a plain business card with a single line printed in black ink. Before I could respond, he turned and walked away. The street was empty. No car, no one in sight. The card felt unnaturally smooth. I wanted to throw it away, but instead tucked it into my pocket. Later that night, the black sedan disappeared, but the photos remained on my phone. In quiet, dark moments, I catch myself looking out the window, half expecting to see those blacked-out windows staring back. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted. I'm unsure whether I should delete the pictures or keep them. All I know is that when I look at those photos, I see more than just a shape hovering over the highway. Something is watching back, and I don't think I'm supposed to see it. The storm was brewing northwest of Tulsa. The sky, a menacing blend of dark gray and green, felt electrically charged. I was out storm chasing, my truck parked on a gravel shoulder, camera mounted on a tripod. Dust whipped around me as I filmed the funnel cloud tearing across the flat landscape. My usual focus was on the storm's details, swirling dust, distant lightning, the twisting clouds, but something caught my eye. A faint shimmer just above the funnel's tip. At first I thought it might be debris, but this was different. Smooth, precise. Zooming in, I saw a metallic object hovering near the storm, oval-shaped, about the size of a small car. It moved with an unnatural deliberateness. No spinning, no tumbling, just hanging there, almost as if observing the storm's edge. My heart raced as I kept filming. The wind intensified, and rain started to spit. For maybe 2 minutes, this strange object lingered before fading into the clouds as the funnel shifted direction. I packed up quickly and headed back to town, my mind racing. That night, I uploaded the footage to YouTube and shared it on storm-chasing forums. By morning, the video had gone viral. Tens of thousands of views sparked wild speculation. Drone? Light reflection? Something else entirely? The next day brought an unexpected twist. A strange phone call came from an unrecognized number. The caller, claiming to be an insurance agent, asked about potential wind-related brain damage. The conversation felt scripted. I was hiking alone one Saturday afternoon in the Bayarrow National Falls in Montana. Early October painted the landscape with leaves just starting to turn, a crisp edge to the air hinting that winter wasn't far off, but not quite here yet. I'd chosen a less popular rail, hoping for some quee and maybe good photos of the changing breeze. The day began normally. Birds chirped, leaves rustled, distant streams bubbled in the background. Boo halfway hurrah as I crossed a small ridge and descended into a hollow. Something changed. The force went completely silent, not just quiet, but eerily silent, like someone had high a mute bow on the entire landscape. Then strange things happened. My YouTube channel remained intact, bar the video I'd recorded vanished with our race. No X-down notice, no explanation. When I tried uploading my backup copy, I wouldn't process. In forums, others who had saved or shared the footage reported similar issues. Files were corrupted or mysteriously deleted. Weird occurrences followed. My phone would beep randomly with no notifications. When I looked up, I'd catch strange reflections or quick flashes in the clouds. Nothing solid, just fleeting glimpses of something trying to stay hidden. One night driving home from a diner, my radio cow completely for 5 full minutes. No static, no sound at all. Even the engine ran normally. Someone called about a potential exposure, claiming I was routine for high-risk weather events. When I asked who he were, he line when, silent, and he hung up. I tried calling back bar, the number was disconnected. Weeks passed. No official contacted me about the footage or requested an interview. Now I still chase storms, bar I'm more cautious. I keep my distance from funnels and anything gets too close. Sometimes I wonder if I imagine he whole hing, the metallic shape, he mysterious call, he vanishing video, he memory of shimmer above he funnel cloud remains burned in my mind. I can explain why I saw. I just know I wasn't part of any storm I'd encountered before. No sound of birds, no wind rustling Rees, no movement in he brushed. The stream's diss and murmur had vanished. Standing still, I surveyed his surroundings. The air felt different, charged with an unexplainable tension that defied rational explanation. The forest felt unnaturally still, pressing against me with a suffocating weight. I tried to dismiss the eerie silence as a rare moment of woodland stillness, but something felt off. In the clearing ahead, a black, unmarked helicopter caught my eye. Drawing closer, I noticed it was motionless except for slowly spinning blades, emitting a low mechanical hum unlike any rescue or ranger chopper I'd seen before. Beneath the helicopter, 3 figures stood in a tight, rigid line. They were completely immobile, no movement, no discernible features, just black shapes frozen like statues. I struggled to comprehend the scene. My brain screamed to move, to retreat, but my body remained rooted. Trembling, I raised my camera and snapped a few pictures. Moments later, the helicopter glided silently over the treetops and disappeared. The figures vanished simultaneously, leaving no trace. A chill ran through me despite the warm air, and I hurried from the clearing toward the trailhead, heart racing. The next week seemed ordinary until Monday morning. During my 25-minute commute, a black SUV with tinted windows and no visible plates began following me. I tried losing it through various turns, but the vehicle persistently remained. At a red light, the passenger window rolled down. A man leaned out and spoke. Forests don't like witnesses. I'm Jamie T.A. from Asheville, North Carolina, and I started my podcast almost 2 years ago as a side project. I've always been fascinated by weird stories, local mysteries, odd disappearances, things that don't quite add up. Nothing crazy, just intriguing tales most people write off as conspiracy or urban legend. Last month, I released an episode about a UFO sighting from the 1970s that's been unsolved and mostly forgotten. Walt, a trucker, claimed he saw strange lights hovering over a highway near Cherokee, then lost time. Official records are thin, and most locals treat it like a campfire tale. I found some old audio interviews and pieced the story together. The episode got more listens than anything I'd done before. The day after it dropped, I started getting weird voicemails on my podcast number. At first, there were just static bursts, like a bad connection. After a few days, the static began breaking up, revealing something underneath, a deep, unsettling sound that sent chills down my spine. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake that strange phrase from my mind. The voicemails kept coming with a distorted voice, repeating, "Turn back." There was no name, no message, just those words. At first I thought it was a prank. The SUV kept its distance but followed me for miles before disappearing. The light turned green, and I pulled away. Something about the low, calm voice unsettled me more than the words themselves. I didn't answer. What did this mean? Was it some kind of warning? I tried to tell myself it was just a joke, but the message stuck with me. I kept an eye out for the SUV, but it never showed again. Still, I felt watched. My phone battery drained faster than usual, and shadows flickered in the corners of my eyes, vanishing when I looked directly. I thought maybe I was just stressed or tired. But the memory of that silent clearing, the helicopters, and the three figures standing so still haunted me, like they belonged to another world I wasn't meant to see. The calls started coming almost daily, always at night, with the same eerie phrase. Sometimes the static would flare up so loud it rattled my phone. No caller ID, no trace. My friends laughed when I told them, thinking it was part of some spooky podcast trend. About a week later, I woke up to find all my recording equipment gone. Every microphone, recorder, mixer, and headphones had vanished. Living alone on the town's edge meant no housemates or easy access for anyone else. Nothing was broken or forced. It was as if someone had a key and knew exactly what to take. What truly unnerved me was what I found outside my front door. A single microphone, one of the old handheld mics I use for interviews, sat precisely centered on the welcome mat. When I picked it up, I noticed a word carved into the metal body near the base. Silence. The police dismissed it as a bizarre burglary. They couldn't explain the missing equipment or the mic left so deliberately. No signs of forced entry. I never went back to that part of the forest. I don't know if I'll ever figure out what was really happening that day, but sometimes when the wind is low and the trees stand quiet, I still feel like those black shapes are watching from somewhere out there. And I've been consumed by paranoia since the voicemail stopped. Shadows seem to lurk in every corner of my apartment. I checked locks repeatedly, jumping at every sound. Hoping to end whatever was happening, I shut down the podcast and deleted the episode about Walt. Then the strange interference began. When recording ambient sounds, playback revealed static and low whispers hidden underneath. I wiped my devices clean, reinstalled everything, but the interference continued. The silence felt heavy, watching. Around midnight, a soft, deliberate knock came. Looking through the peephole revealed nothing. On the porch light ledge sat a small, worn cassette tape with no label or writing. Inside, I played it. A low, rhythmic pulse beat like an old tape player's heartbeat. Silence dominated until a voice broke through, deep, calm, yet chillingly clear. I'm writing now, trying to make sense of everything. My phone crackles with static bursts. The microphone sits cold on my desk, and I'm lost about what to do next. It was just another evening flight. Around 7 p.m., I took off from the municipal strip near Missoula in my 1974 Piper Cherokee, a four-seater I co-owned with Pete from the Flying Club. Nothing special, just a solid plane in a shared hangar. Dusk flying is my favorite. The air feels smoother. I followed all protocols. Filed the Roan VFR flight plan, got clearance, completed checks. Completely routine. About 20 minutes in, over the Rock Creek foothills, something caught my eye off the left wing. At first, I thought it was another aircraft. Metallic, round, about 200 feet away, moving parallel without overtaking, just matching my path. I considered a drone, but it was too large and high. The shape was bizarre, like a coin seen edge on. No visible propulsion, no lights, no markings. The silence was different from the usual cockpit noise, unnervingly smooth movement that made the silence even more pronounced. For maybe 15 seconds it kept pace. Then, without warning, it shot upward at a sharp angle and vanished into the clouds. I radioed ATC reporting my position and the unidentified aircraft, just the facts, no drama. The controller's response was strange. They showed no traffic in my area and no acknowledgement. My flight that evening seemed routine, typical of the countless hours I've logged over 3 decades in the sky. But something caught my attention, unusual primary radar hits in an already low traffic zone. I completed the flight normally, filed my standard report, and didn't think twice. A week passed without any follow-up. No calls, no emails, not even a note from the FAA representative. Then things got weird. When I checked the online flight log, my entire report had vanished completely. Not modified, just gone, as if it was never submitted. The paper folder in the hangar was missing too, and Pete swore he hadn't touched it. I called the FAA field office hoping for some clarity. The guy on the phone acted like I was fabricating the entire story. He claimed no report was attached to my flight and nothing unusual was logged. When I pressed him to double-check, he paused and suggested I might be misremembering. Something in his tone made me stop pushing. 3 weeks later, on a quiet Sunday morning, I arrived at the hangar. As I was unlocking the gate, I spotted a black rental car on the gravel with two men standing beside it. They were identical, late 30s, clean-shaven, pale, with the same build and short haircut. They looked almost like deliberately coordinated cousins, just standing silently facing the hangars. As soon as I partially opened the hangar door, they started walking towards me in a synchronized, steady pace. One spoke first, his voice flat and mechanical. Mr. Prayer and mechanical. Wilcox, you recently reported a visual anomaly on a flight east of Missoula. We're here to follow up. This encounter wasn't my first strange experience. Around 12:45 a.m. 2 winters earlier, I was walking Benny, my shepherd mix, on a dry sidewalk near Pines and 16 in our quiet ranch-style neighborhood. Two men approached me after that incident, their smiles wide but not welcoming. We're contractors, one said, emphasizing misfiled data in a way that suggested intentionality. They asked about my well-being since the event, inquiring about any dizziness, confusion, or other symptoms. The memory still haunts me. I knew what I saw. It wasn't a weather balloon or random debris. The second man glanced toward the hangar, suggesting a short leave from flying. Just a few weeks to let things settle. No one's filed anything, I argued. Not yet, came the reply. Then the first man looked at me and said, "Still chasing the sky, huh?" My stomach dropped. Chippy, a nickname from my grandfather that wasn't documented anywhere. Not on my license, social media, or any official record. They left without another word, their car pulling away silently. That night, I checked everything. Emails, notes, cloud backups. Every trace of the original report had vanished. My laptop's local copy was now a blank document, with only the file name remaining. Pete later mentioned seeing the mound, same car, idling near the refinery the next evening. I haven't flown since. I was walking with Benny when he suddenly stopped and stared straight up. At first, I thought nothing of it. Maybe he'd spotted a bird or an owl. But when I looked up, I realized something was different. What I saw wasn't a plane. I know aircraft, and this was something else entirely. A massive black triangle hung in the sky with just 3 faint white lights marking its corners. It moved impossibly slowly, gliding without a sound or any disturbance. No engine noise, no wind, just this massive object drifting overhead, maybe 200 feet up. The world went unnaturally quiet. Not just the object, but everything around us. My footsteps vanished. Benny's breathing stopped. I felt like someone had turned down the universe's volume control. The dog didn't bark, just sat completely still, watching until it disappeared behind the northern refinery. When I tried to capture it on my phone, the screen was frozen. It only started working about half a minute after the object vanished. I didn't mention this to anyone the next day, chalking it up to a military experiment or an unrecognized drone. 2 days later, strange events began. On a Tuesday night, I woke suddenly with that inexplicable, wide-awake feeling that sometimes happens for no reason. Walking to check the thermostat, I noticed something odd through the living room window. A black sedan was idling across the street in front of the Wilkins house, an older model with chrome rims. Its lights on but dim, a precisely positioned vehicle that seemed out of place. They spoke about residual effects, how pilots sometimes misinterpret visual artifacts as weather phenomena or debris. But I denied everything that they didn't seem convinced. Nicene 3:17 a.m. became a haunting routine. Every night, the same car would arrive, execute a single headlight flash, and then vanish. Sometimes near the Wilkins property, sometimes closer to the Morgans, but always positioned directly across from my house. By the 5th night, unease settled in. I attempted to document the strange occurrences, setting up my phone on a tripod in the window. I'd record 20 minutes starting at 3:10, but each morning revealed nothing, just an empty street. Yet I knew what I'd seen. I'd even waved once, receiving no response. My attempts to understand intensified. I questioned neighbors, not the Morgans with their open blinds, nor Mr. Harrington across the street, who claims his dog barks at the slightest movement. My wife dismissed my concerns, working nights at the hospital and rarely home late. When I shared my experiences, she suggested I stop watching weird documentaries before bed. I adapted. I changed Benny's late-night walks, moving them earlier to right after dinner. Still, I found myself compulsively checking the window. Night after night, the car returned. Always at 3:17, always with that single, quick flash, always disappearing before I could reach the door. The non-emergency police line became my next resort. I detailed the time, make, model, and consistent pattern. They promised a patrol car. Did they follow through? I'm uncertain. Nothing seemed to change. About a week into this bizarre pattern, I waited outside on the porch. Lights off, hidden behind the column. Benny paced inside, sensing my unusual behavior. At 3:17, the car appeared again, this time with only faint running lights, parked directly across the street. Its engine hummed quietly. The windows were impossibly dark, the car unnaturally clean with no front license plate. I stepped out slightly for a better view. The driver's side window rolled down halfway. A pale, thin man in a black suit sat motionless, staring directly at me. We remained frozen in a moment of mutual observation. After perhaps 10 seconds, he raised his hand, not a wave, but a flat stop signal. Then he rolled the window up and drove away without headlights. That was the last time I saw it. 2 summers ago, during my fieldwork days, I drove to a desolate spot about 30 miles east of Lander, Wyoming, on County Road 221. Scrub hills and a lone landscape surrounded me. Night had fallen, and the location was perfectly silent, a spot with zero light pollution that seemed tailor-made for stargazing. My strategy was straightforward. Park the truck off the shoulder, lay out a blanket in the truck bed, and settle in with a thermos of coffee and my camera. Stars stretched endlessly across a pristine, cloudless and moonless sky. I'd arrived early, around 11 p.m., well before the peak meteor shower activity. Solitude has always appealed to me, and the complete lack of cell service only heightened the experience. The first few hours passed without incident. Around 12:30 I dozed off, and when I awoke just after 2 a.m., the sky was illuminated. I quickly set up my tripod in the truck bed and began capturing long exposure shots. Shortly after 3 a.m., something caught my attention on the road behind me. What I initially thought was the tripod's shadow didn't move when I did. About 50 feet back, a silhouette stood dead center on the road, no flashlight, no movement, just an unmoving figure. I scanned the surrounding area, expecting to hear a car or footsteps, but encountered only silence. This figure, if human, remained unnaturally still. When I turned on my headlamp and shined it toward the shape, the beam revealed the road shoulder and brush, but not a face. The silhouette didn't react, no flinching, no shielding of eyes, no stepping back. I snapped a quick photo without zooming. The moment the shutter clicked, the figure turned and walked into the darkness, vanishing. Behind the road's low slope, I got out, moved closer, and called out, thinking they might need assistance. But there was nothing. In the nights that followed, I kept watch. No headlights, no sounds, just an empty street. I told myself I was relieved, but part of me missed the mystery. Now, I reflexively checked the street 3 or 17 times out of habit. Sometimes I could swear I hear a car idling down the block, but when I look, nothing's there. Later that night, while watching the meteors, I spotted a strange figure in the brush for just a moment. Deciding against chasing it through the middle of nowhere, I returned to the truck and examined the photo I'd taken. The image was deeply unsettling. A thin, too-tall figure, possibly wearing black, with arms that looked unnaturally long, and an oddly shaped head, no hat, no hair. The face seemed almost featureless, as if turned away or blurred. I tried convincing myself it was just a camera trick, but it gave me the creeps. The rest of the night remained quiet. I watched the meteors a bit longer and left just before dawn, pushing the weird encounter out of my mind. Everything changed the next morning when I stopped for gas at a Conoco in Riverton around 7 a.m. inside the empty store. I was drying my hands when the door opened. A man in a black suit walked in, mid-40s, clean-cut, pale skin, top button fastened, shoes spotless. He didn't look like he belonged here, standing by the sinks. He said, without looking at me, "You've seen too much light lately." I laughed it off as a strange joke. But when he turned and our eyes met, my stomach dropped. Something was wrong with his eyes. The color seemed off, the pupils too large. "Your phone," he said flatly. "You took a picture. Give me the device." There was no threat. Inexplicably, I handed it over. He unlocked it without me telling him the code, glanced at the screen, and walked out. I followed him into the store, but he had vanished. No sound, no footsteps. The cashier continued flipping through a flyer, not even looking up. When I asked if he'd seen anyone leave, he said no one had come in. I checked the parking lot. No black car, no SUV, nothing. Just me and my truck. I stood there for 5 minutes, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Something was very wrong. My phone was in my back pocket when I realized something was wrong. I hadn't noticed anyone near me, but somehow it had been reset. Everything was gone. Camera roll, texts, downloads, wiped clean. Only my Cloud Sync contacts remained. Later that night, I connected the phone to my laptop and ran recovery software. Nothing turned up. The metadata revealed a hard reset precisely at 7:14 a.m., the exact moment I was in that gas station bathroom. I've rarely shared this story, and those I tell dismiss it as a dream, but I know what happened. This stretch of road, I've never returned. It was October, and we were at Deep Creek Lake during the off-season. Most rentals were boarded up for winter, and swimming was out of the question. But I've always loved the area when it's quiet. Marie and I had taken a simple 2-day break, staying at a small roadside motel near the state park entrance, the kind with thin walls and a single ice machine. Our first night, we drove into the park to stargaze. The boat launch area at the lake's north end had a gravel lot, completely unlit. No other cars were around, just us and the water. Around 11 o'clock, it was cold but not freezing. We were parked by the lake, sitting on the car hood and sharing coffee from a thermos. The shoreline was barely visible, just a dark outline against the night sky. Something caught our eye. What I thought was fog wasn't drifting naturally, but rising with purpose from the water. A massive shape emerged silently, wide and angular, lifting straight up from the lake bottom. No lights, no mechanical sounds. It was like a stretched wedge with a flat underside, rising about 50 feet and hovering completely still. We sat frozen, unable to move or speak. The lake was eerily quiet, no water dripping, no sounds at all. Without warning, the object began gliding sideways just feet above the water's surface. It slipped past a distant tree line and vanished into darkness, as if it had never existed. We remained motionless for a minute, until Mallory broke the silence, suggesting we leave. We packed up and got in the car. As I spun a quick U-turn towards the exit, I spotted a note neatly folded under the driver's side wiper. No one had approached, no footsteps, no lights. It definitely wasn't there when we arrived. I flicked on the wipers, and the paper fluttered to the ground. Mallory retrieved it, a plain white sheet with blocky capital letters reading, "Keep driving next time." No signature, no personal touch. The drive back to the motel was completely silent. The next morning, I wandered to the lobby. The bed had been uncomfortably soft, the heater loud. The lobby was deserted except for the desk clerk and another man sitting by the fake fireplace. Dressed in a black suit with a dark tie, pale hands and sunglasses, he read a newspaper held upside down. Not accidentally, but seemingly intentionally. I pretended to browse the map rack, watching him turn pages. He never looked my way. After grabbing coffee, I returned to the room where Mallory was getting dressed. I described the strange man. She laughed initially, but her expression changed when she realized I was serious. We decided to check out early. I went to warm the car while she settled the bill. When she returned, she told me the man had followed her out of the lobby, standing silently just outside the front door. As she left, he didn't speak, didn't help, just watched. We barely talked about what happened during the drive home. Whenever we tried to discuss it, the words felt wrong, incomplete. Mallory finally said, "Let's just get home." It seemed like something was following us. At least that's what we thought. Last week, something strange occurred with my dashcam footage. I'd accidentally left it running that night at the drive-in. When I reviewed the file, it showed the timestamp and park location, then went completely black for 2 hours. No audio, no video, just dead air. The missing time wasn't erased. It was simply blank. I still keep the note in my glove compartment. The whole thing started with a paper for my modern American myth course. Dr. Loring required us to connect a myth to a real historical event. I chose the 1977 Broadbrook sightings in upstate Connecticut, Since my school isn't far from the area, I dove deep into local archives, newspaper reels, and old message boards. Most accounts were typical UFO fair fuzzy lights and second-hand stories. A few farmers mentioned their cows acting oddly. Someone claimed their watch stopped for exactly 40 minutes. 2 brief mentions in old articles caught my attention. They referenced a pair of federal men visiting locals after the sightings. The men weren't described or named, just casually mentioned. I suspected local exaggeration but decided to investigate further. The following weekend, I emailed regional historians. Vince Halbrook suggested a microfilm archive in Springfield. I planned to visit that Friday. Then on Tuesday night, around 8:20 p.m., while finishing notes and half-watching TV with my roommate Aaron, an email arrived from Dr. 2P. Harlan Oakes at an unfamiliar address, oakes.faculty@samfair.edu. I'd never heard of him. The subject line simply read, "Stop." The message was cryptic. "You are looking in the wrong places. There are things that are not meant to be named. Move on. This is your only warning." I checked Southern University of New Hampshire's staff directory. No Dr. Harlan Oakes existed. I carefully examined the email headers. Everything seemed normal. I had passed through campus filters without any red flags. I showed the message to Aaron, who just shrugged it off. "Someone's probably messing with you," he said. "Likely someone from your class who knows about your research topic." Suddenly, the fire alarm blared through the entire dorm building. Loud, shrill sirens accompanied strobing red lights. Everyone trudged out into the night. The early March courtyard was cold. Pavement glistened under a light wind cutting through sweats and hoodies. Suddenly, I spotted 2 men standing motionless across the street. They weren't talking or interacting with anyone. Dressed in black suits and short black coats, their dark ties crisp against the fabric. One wore sunglasses despite the darkness. Their hands hung rigidly at their sides, no phones, no gestures. Most unsettling was their gaze, fixed directly on me. I glanced around, wondering if anyone else noticed these strange figures. Students nearby were absorbed in conversations, scrolling phones, laughing. Aaron next to me was deep in Instagram. When I nudged him and pointed out the men, he turned to look. In that instant, they vanished. No sound, no movement, just gone. Back in the dorm, an email from Dr. Party revealed Oakes had disappeared completely. No inbox, trash, sent, or archived folders existed. I searched my entire laptop using the subject line, "Nothing." The next morning, I visited campus IT. They explained deleted messages were non-recoverable without admin access. When I provided the sender's email address, the technician returned with surprising news. The message had never passed through university servers. No record existed of any communication from that address on any domain connected to Sun. Unsettled, I changed my research paper topic to Elvis sightings in the 80s. Something felt off. For the rest of the semester, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, unable to shake the memory of those silent watching men. Cruising back to LA from Las Vegas, through the Mojave Desert, deep into the night, my gas tank ran low. Hours had passed since a nice sunset, and the highway cut a lonely path through an endless landscape of scrub and cacti. Darkness and emptiness stretched out before me. Around 1 a.m., a figure caught my eye standing on the roadside, hand raised as if signaling for help. The scene struck me as strange. Miles of desert with no other vehicles in sight, and this solitary man in a black suit standing motionless. As I approached, something felt off. His gesture wasn't a typical hitchhiker's wave, but a rigid palm-out signal that seemed more like a warning than a plea. When I drew closer, his face was a blank canvas, devoid of expression. I couldn't pinpoint exactly what made him seem unnatural, but a chill ran through me despite the desert heat. Something about his presence felt wrong, not quite human. More like a watcher observing me with an unsettling intensity. I was driving home late one Sunday night after spending the weekend at my friend Emma's cabin up in the Cascades. Early November brought a chill where you could see your breath, though the roads hadn't iced over yet. I left Emma's place around 10:30 p.m., eager to get back to Seattle before it got too late. The drive from the cabin to the highway winds through forest roads, firs lining both sides with little else around. The moon barely showed itself, and the sky was clear except for a weird, thin layer of fog hanging low over the trees. An old playlist from a classic rock station played on the radio, its signal coming and going. About 20 minutes into the drive, something strange happened. The music started pausing, then returning louder with bursts of static and jarring volume spikes. Eventually, the radio went completely dead. Nothing but static across every channel. That's when I noticed it, a single light hovering above the tree line to my right. Bright, but soft, like a glowing orb, about the size of a car's headlight. It wasn't moving like any normal aircraft. So slow, it was almost stationary. I kept watching, expecting it to cross the sky. But after 5 minutes, it had barely shifted. I blinked, looked away, and when I looked back, it was still here, drifting just inches in the sky. Unnerved, I took a side road I recognized from an earlier map, hoping it would help me escape the strange situation. The moment I passed a man standing by the roadside, my GPS went haywire. The screen flickered and went black, then reset completely. Instead of continuing to LA, it inexplicably rerouted me back to the exact spot where the man had been standing. I tried reprogramming my destination, but each attempt only led me back to that same stretch of highway. Pulling over, I tried to get a phone signal, but found nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi. It was as if I'd been completely disconnected from the world. I rebooted the car's system, but the GPS remained stubborn, insisting on sending me back to that specific location. No crickets chirped, no wind rustled. The air felt heavy, charged with an anticipation that contradicted the clear, star-filled sky. I scanned the shoulder with my headlights, but no trace of the man remained. Panic began to edge into my consciousness. Finally, I forced myself to keep driving, deliberately ignoring the GPS's persistent instructions. Something told me I needed to keep moving, to put distance between myself and that inexplicable moment. I woke up in a small motel on the outskirts of town, exhausted and shaken. Sleep eluded me after a strange phone call that came just after midnight. A calm, cold voice had spoken, "You were right not to stop. Not everyone is." Then silence. The next morning, my GPS worked fine as I left the motel, heading home. Miles of darkness stretched out before me, my mind racing with questions about the figure on the road and the cryptic message. A strange light hovered in the sky. Moving slowly without a sound, I tried to reason with myself, maybe a helicopter, a drone, or a weather balloon, but something felt off. No phone signal meant I couldn't verify what I was seeing. My eyes stayed locked on the light, which pulsed irregularly, brightening and dimming in an unpredictable rhythm. I felt compelled to watch, unable to look away. About 15 minutes later, I pulled into Maple's Fuel, a small gas station with flickering neon lights. An old-fashioned convenience store stood nearby. I needed coffee and a bathroom break, hoping to clear my head. Cold air hit me as I stepped out of the car. The light remained visible above the trees in the parking lot. While filling my tank, a man in a plain black suit approached the pump next to mine. Late 40s, clean-shaven, with an unshakable, calm demeanor. "Some lights are meant to be ignored," he said quietly. When I asked what he meant, he just shrugged and leaned on the pump. "You saw it too, didn't you?" I nodded, unable to speak. He gave a half smile and walked into the store, the door closing with an oddly mechanical clang. Inside, I bought coffee and tried to make sense of the encounter. Looking out the window, the light had vanished. The sky was dark and empty. I asked the cashier if anything strange had happened recently. She just shrugged. People come and go all the time. Back in the car, I checked the sky again. It was time to finish the drive home. Something felt different about that late September morning in northern Minnesota, a sense of unresolved mystery lingering in the air. The forest was quiet, with only the faint hum of cicadas and dry leaves rustling. Since dawn, I'd been walking the perimeter, meticulously documenting everything around me. Something caught my eye in a nearby clearing. A series of perfectly round scorch marks arranged in a rough circle about 15 feet in diameter. Each mark was approximately 2 feet across, deeply embedded in the earth with blackened and cracked soil. What struck me as truly strange was how the surrounding area remained completely untouched. No burned leaves, no snapped branches, just these clean, symmetrical marks, as if a giant hot cookie cutter had pressed into the ground. I carefully circled the area, searching for any explanation. No footprints, no tire tracks, no signs of human activity or campfires, just these mysterious scorched patterns. Methodically, I documented everything, taking photographs, making detailed sketches, and collecting soil samples. I flagged the location on my GPS and radioed back to the research station with a brief description. My team suggested possibilities like a lightning strike or animal territorial marking, but the precise shape and symmetry didn't align with those explanations. Something about the forest that day felt unsettling. I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched, and the silence seemed to hold an unspoken secret. Later, driving home, I kept glancing at the sky through my windshield, half expecting something to reappear. When I finally arrived home, a strange weight settled in my chest. I never shared this experience with anyone, not even Emma. The encounter felt too bizarre to explain. Sometimes I still think about those light marks and the inexplicable scene in the forest. The words of a mysterious man echo in my mind. Some lights are meant to be ignored. Since that day, I've never looked at the sky quite the same way. Days passed, and then unexpectedly, just after lunch, a knock interrupted the silence of my research cabin. A simple space with wooden walls and a compact kitchen nestled in the middle of the woods. When I opened the door, a tall man in a plain black suit stood before me, completely out of place in this wilderness. No identification, no badge, just dark, steady eyes and a flat, calm voice. "I'm interested in patterns in non-human behavior," he said without any introduction or small talk. I was confused. He seemed to know details about my work before I shared them. I'd been tracking research in the forest for weeks, meticulously collecting data about the local wildlife and environment. The morning of his visit started like any other, with me documenting scorch marks in a remote clearing. When he arrived, his precision was unsettling. He examined the photographs with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. His questions were weirdly specific, probing deeply into my research and tracking methods. Throughout our interaction, his gaze never wavered, analyzing my every subtle reaction. What struck me most was how he seemed to already know the clearing's location. When I offered to guide him, he politely declined, mentioning he had his own methods. His visit lasted nearly an hour before he left as abruptly as he had appeared. I watched him walk away through the trees, his steps eerily silent against the soft forest floor. After he departed, I carefully checked my equipment and locks. Nothing was missing, but an uneasy feeling persisted. The scorch marks began to haunt my thoughts, the clearing's silence, the man's unnerving calm, and his seemingly impossible knowledge lingered in my mind. I returned to the site repeatedly, searching for changes or new marks, but everything remained unchanged. Some nights, when the wind rustles just right, I hear a low, unfamiliar thrum, not like any animal or machine, but a faint vibration beneath the forest skin. The man never returned. No calls, no messages, just that single strange visit and a persistent sense that something out there was watching, though not particularly interested in me. Weeks later, on a foggy morning near the Green River Trail, I experienced something equally strange. It was just past 5 a.m., my usual time for an early walk. The river was calm, and only birds were stirring, their sounds muffled by the soft, blurry landscape. As I walked with my hands in my jacket pockets, a strange glow caught my eye, hovering just above the water's surface. No boat, no fishing lights, just a pale blue-green light floating on the mist. I stopped and stared, blinking to confirm I wasn't imagining things. No sound accompanied the light, no buzzing, no humming, just a steady, ethereal glow barely disturbing the river's surface. Something felt wrong, so I didn't get closer. I kept walking, glancing back until the fog swallowed the light completely. Around 6 a.m. I arrived home. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the front door slightly ajar. The neighborhood was silent except for distant traffic. Cautiously, I texted my brother Mark, "A cop, doors open, don't come over, but I might need you to check this out." I pushed the door open and stepped inside. And I woke up to an empty house that seemed normal at first. Couch cushions were undisturbed, and no drawers were open. Yet something felt off. The clocks caught my attention immediately. Every single timepiece, the wall clock in the kitchen, the alarm clock by my bed, even the microwave read exactly 3:33. This was unusual, not because of the numbers, but because clocks are never perfectly synchronized. I wondered if a power outage had occurred overnight, but nothing suggested that. The lights went flickering, and my phone showed a full charge with no warnings. I called Mark and mentioned the odd situation, though I didn't make it sound urgent. He said he'd stop by later that afternoon. The rest of the day, I felt unsettled. I found myself moving around the house more than usual, double-checking locks and changing the front door keypad code. The silence felt different, heavier, as if the air had grown thicker. That evening, I took my usual walk in the neighborhood park across the street. At the far end, near the playground, a man sat on a bench wearing a black suit, more appropriate for a funeral or business meeting. He was reading a newspaper which caught my attention because it was completely blank. No text, no photos, just white pages folded neatly. As I approached, he glanced up. His eyes were dark and unreadable. "Evening," I said, trying to sound casual. He didn't respond. A chill ran down my spine, and the air around him seemed noticeably colder. I nodded politely and continued walking. Back home, I locked every door twice and checked the windows again. The next few days passed without incident. No strange lights on the river, no unlocked doors, no mysterious figures on benches. But something had changed. I catch myself staring at clocks longer than before. Sometimes, while sitting on the couch or making coffee, I feel like someone's watching me from just outside the window, though I see no one. We were out camping, just a typical trip, with some beers and hiking during the day. The night was cold but crystal clear. We'd set up camp in a clearing and built a fire. Around midnight, we decided to kick back and stargaze. That's when we saw the light. The events from that morning, the unlocked door, the strange lights on the river, they all feel connected somehow. I haven't shared this with anyone, and I'm not sure I want to. No, above the trees, a light moved similar to moonlight, casting shadows, but this was different. The complete silence struck us immediately. We watched for about 5 minutes, no helicopter or motor sounds breaking the stillness. Mike nudged me and whispered, "What the hell is that?" I had no answer. The light glided smoothly through the air, scanning the forest as if searching occasion on branches. It created strange shadows. Suddenly, it stopped, hovering around 50 feet above the treetops and shining straight down. Then, just like someone flipping a switch, it vanished. We sat frozen. "Did you hear anything?" I asked. The silence felt heavy, as if something pressed on us from the surrounding woods. We didn't talk much after that. The next day, we tried making sense of the incident. Calling the ranger station, we wanted to confirm if it was a Park Service operation or drone test. They confirmed nothing was scheduled in the area. Weeks passed, and we avoided discussing what we'd seen. 3 months later, an email arrived. The sender was simply listed as Control, with a blank subject line. I hesitated before opening it. The message was cryptic. No need to share what you never understood. Shortly after, Mike texted me. He'd received the exact same email from the same mysterious sender. We had no idea who was behind it. I kept it to myself, telling no one, not my family, not my co-workers. It felt like a message meant only for us. Sometimes I still think back to that night of quiet, the unexplained light, and the strange message that followed. The desert can play tricks on your mind, especially when you're alone. I'm Eric, and I work in software support, which means I spend most of my days staring at screens. That's why I needed this trip through the Mojave. Just me, my old Jeep, and an open road with no real destination. As night fell, I was driving near Baker, California, heading back toward the 15th. The sky had turned that deep blue unique to desert dusk, and while the air had cooled, the day's heat still lingered close to the ground. My headlights cut through the darkness on nearly empty roads. That's when I first noticed the black sedan. Nothing special about it, just another car. No logos, just a standard vehicle. In the rearview mirror, I caught a blurry glimpse of the driver's face. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. Someone traveling the same route. But the car stayed right with me. I sped up, slowed down, tried to shake it off, and still it matched my every move. My unease grew with each passing mile. I was working the late shift at Millie's Diner in Ashland, Oregon. It's an old roadside joint with neon signs that buzz quietly and booths with cracked vinyl seats. My name's Dan, and I've been here a few years now. That night was slow, the kind where only night owls and a few truckers passed through. A light drizzle was falling, making the windows fog up and blurring the neon glow. Around 11 p.m., 2 men walked in, both wearing black suits that looked like they'd just come from a funeral or some sketchy business meeting. One was tall with slicked back hair, the other shorter and older with thin glasses and a permanent frown. They sat by the window and ordered black coffee. At first, I wasn't paying much attention, just wiping down tables and making coffee. But something about their conversation caught my ear. They weren't talking about small talk, like weather or politics. Instead, they were discussing controlling the narrative and managing the fallout from a recent sighting that had been buzzing around town. Something about a strange light over the old radio tower. As I listened, their conversation grew more intense. I didn't catch everything, but it was clear they were serious about something. When they finally left, one of them approached me. "Drive carefully from now on," he said with a look that sent chills down my spine. Later, I turned off the highway onto a smaller road leading to a gas station. The sedan stopped about 20 yards behind me, engine idling. I got out to fill my tank, watching the car carefully. The driver remained motionless, just watching. Something inexplicable kept me from simply driving away. After a few tense minutes, the passenger window rolled down with a quiet hiss that cut through the desert silence. A man in a black suit and dark shirt appeared. Mid-40s, clean-shaven, with sharp, calm eyes that didn't smile. "You saw something you shouldn't," he said, his voice low and clear. And in that moment I blinked. The beam, the way it moved, without sound. What were they scanning for? What were we supposed to understand? I don't know. And maybe that's the point. The window rolled up and the car disappeared into the dark, melting into the night like it was never here. I sat there, heart racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I hadn't seen anything unusual during my shift, or at least nothing I'd admit to seeing. I didn't follow them or try to chase. I just started my Jeep and drove home, constantly looking over my shoulder. I'm not sure if it was a Thesh. And I was deep in the woods of northern Vermont, midway through a solo camping trip, not searching for anything out of the ordinary, just seeking quiet time away from city noise. The location was perfect. A flat clearing near a creek, about 10 miles from the nearest town. I'd found the spot on a map and avoided designated campsites. Late afternoon arrived, and I set up my tent with a fire going by sunset. The night was cold but seemed normal. I woke several times to typical forest sounds: crickets, owls, wind moving through pine trees. Nothing felt strange. The next day I hiked around and saw no other people. Returning to my campsite in the late afternoon, a faint smell caught my attention. Something felt different. That evening at a diner, I overheard two men discussing a strange light on a hill. People were calling it a UFO, though no concrete evidence existed. The news seemed eager to dismiss the incident. While wiping tables, I tried not to appear too interested. The tall guy glanced my way, and I froze mid-wipe. He leaned toward his companion and whispered, "Curiosity can be dangerous." Their cold, sharp eyes met mine, and I quickly nodded. Got it. Feigning disinterest, they finished their coffee and left silently, disappearing into the rainy street. Street lights reflected off the wet pavement. After their departure, the diner's atmosphere changed. The usual background noise felt muted, as if the walls were holding their breath. An unsettling sensation lingered, not scary, but like I'd inadvertently stumbled into something larger. The next morning, no news mentioned the light. The radio tower stood as an ordinary old structure on the hill, yet I couldn't stop thinking about those men and their cryptic warning. I've never shared this story, knowing most would dismiss it as another late-night diner tale. But sometimes, when rain blurs the neon lights just right, I swear I see shadows near that tower, watching, waiting. The smell hit me first, sharp and chemical, like burning rubber. The road remained quiet, with no trucks or cars passing by all day. I brushed off the odd odor and settled in for the night, too tired to give it much thought. Suddenly, around 4 a.m., rustling leaves just outside my tent jolted me awake. This wasn't typical animal movement. Something else was there. The woods were strange that evening, a thin haze hanging motionless around a specific section of trees. I was driving through Red Rock Canyon on a Tuesday just past sunset, the narrow winding roads flanked by steep sandstone cliffs. At this time of year, there's barely anyone else out here, just me and the road. Around 7:30, I noticed an old black sedan parked just past a sharp bend. No plates, something you don't see every day in the middle of nowhere. I slowed down, expecting maybe a roadblock or construction, but there were no signs, no cones, nothing official. That's when two guys stepped out. Both wore black suits and dark sunglasses, even though the sun was dipping low. One was tall, maybe early 40s, the other shorter, late 30s. They walked right up to my window like they'd been waiting. The tall one didn't smile, just said I was heading home from a work trip in Vegas, taking the scenic route to clear my head. Never been a fan of the freeway, if I can help it. Later, I told a few friends, but they brushed it off. Probably some prank. When dawn arrived, I unzipped the tent and saw a small note pinned to the flap, a simple notebook paper scrap held in place by a twig or messy block letters reading, "Go home." Scanning the area revealed nothing unusual at first, but just past the clearing's edge, a black sedan idled near the tree line. The car's engine hummed softly, yet no one occupied it. Windows rolled up, interior empty. I called out, but my voice felt strange in the open space. An unsettling, movie-like moment froze me in place. Part of me wanted to run. Another part remained rooted to the ground. Cautiously, I approached the vehicle. Within 15 feet, the engine cut off abruptly. No warning, no noise. Thick silence descended again. I examined the surrounding area, searching for any evidence of how the car arrived. No tire marks, no footprints, no crushed grass, nothing explained its presence. Attempting to call for help, I discovered my phone had no signal. As it read again, something else caught my attention. The woods looked subtly different. Heavier was moving slowly and carefully through the brush. My heart raced as I froze, straining to listen in the darkness. Then the kind of silence that feels unnatural and deep. The canyon stretched out before me, empty. As I approached the road, two men in a black sedan without windows or plates blocked my path. "Roads closed for maintenance," the shorter one said flatly. "No exceptions." I tried to reason with them. "I need to get home," I explained. But they remained adamant. The tall guy repeated, "It's not safe. You have to turn around." Looking up the road, I saw nothing unusual. No workers, no barriers, just silent rocks against the fading sky. Reluctantly, I started to back up, watching them in my rearview mirror. When I glanced back, they were already in their car. I shifted gears and moments later checked again. The car had vanished completely. No engine sound, no lights, no trace they'd ever been here. Confused, I pulled over, stepped out, and walked around. The road was clear with no signs of any maintenance or blockade. The canyon was still, with only dry brush rustling in the wind. My phone showed no signal. I searched for tracks or any explanation for the strange encounter but found nothing. Unsettled, I got back in my car and started driving. The sky darkened to deep blue, stars beginning to appear. About 10 minutes into the drive, something caught my eye, a strange light hovering just above the canyon rim. It wasn't like a plane or helicopter, but a soft, steady glow that seemed to follow me. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, but the light remained, try as I might to focus on the road. It stayed at the edge of my vision, an unexplained presence in the growing darkness. Later that night, I was sitting on the dock behind my place, phone in hand, trying to capture the stars as they began to emerge. While scrolling through my photos, something caught my eye toward the middle of the lake, just above the water. A dark silhouette hung suspended. It wasn't moving like any bird or aircraft I'd ever seen. No blinking lights, no sound, just a solid, sharp shape against the sky. At first, I thought it might be a trick of light or an unusual cloud formation. I zoomed in with my camera. The object was smooth and oval, a matte black that seemed to absorb the surrounding darkness. For several minutes, it remained motionless. Then slowly and deliberately, it began to move. I drifted sideways by a few feet, deliberate yet uncertain. Without warning or sound, I shot straight up and vanished into the night. Unnerved but mostly curious, I wasn't sure what I'd witnessed. Days later, I found myself at a small diner near the canyon entrance. Only the night cook, an older guy named Sam, was there. I shared my story, expecting him to laugh. Sam just nodded slowly. "You're not the first to see strange things out here," he said. When I pressed for details, he shrugged and mentioned mysterious lights, shadowy figures, and roads that seemed to disappear without a trace. I left feeling unsettled. During the drive home, I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see the black sedan or the two men again, but the road remained empty. Later, I scanned the news and county road updates. Nothing unusual, just standard warnings about loose rocks and narrow lanes. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the experience. Friends joked about government agents or aliens when I mentioned it. Then, a small blank piece of paper appeared tucked under my windshield wiper. I folded it up and left it untouched on the dashboard after the lake returned to its usual quiet state. Something strange began happening. One morning, an older model black car from the early 2000s sat parked at the end of my driveway. Clean and without a single dent, it was conspicuously missing a license plate. At first I thought it might belong to a neighbor's visitor. However, something felt off. No tire tracks or footprints disturbed the gravel. I checked the car's windows, but it was empty, no driver, no keys in the ignition. I assumed someone had parked it overnight and would return, but the next morning, the car remained in the exact same spot. No tracks, no signs of movement. I started leaving notes on the windshield, asking the owner to move the vehicle. The notes remained untouched, and the car never shifted. A few evenings later, while sitting on my porch after dinner, I heard footsteps on the gravel. Looking up, I saw a man in a neat black suit standing near my driveway's end. The streetlight mostly shadowed his face as he stood silently watching me. Nervously, I approached him. "Can I help you?" I asked. After a pause, he spoke in a low voice. "The water remembers." Confused, I asked him to repeat himself. Again, he said, "The water remembers." Over a week, a mysterious car continued appearing each morning. But the man who first confronted me never returned. Strange occurrences started piling up. My phone would show static when I tried photographing the lake, and late at night I'd hear a faint humming from the water that would stop whenever I went outside. Around 3 a.m. one night I noticed soft blue lights flickering and pulsing slowly over the lake. Without really planning anything, I decided to visit an abandoned airfield near Milltown, a small western Kansas town. The airfield had been shut down for years, with cracked runways and empty hangars stretching out under the night sky. I arrived around 10 o'clock p.m. on a Friday. The night was clear, with that cold and dry air typical of early spring. Light winds moved across the landscape. I brought my old college camcorder from before phones took over photography and set it up on a tripod at the runway's edge, hoping to capture something interesting in the sky. About an hour into filming, something unusual caught my attention. Halfway up in the sky, strange lights appeared. They weren't typical aircraft lights. No red or green blinking, no engine sounds, just round lights drifting in seemingly random patterns. Sometimes they flickered, sometimes vanishing completely before reappearing elsewhere. More curious than scared, I zoomed in with the camcorder, trying to get a better view. The lights seemed almost responsive, changing positions as if watching me back. Then I noticed the temperature dropping, the air feeling different, despite no change in wind. That's when movement caught my eye, a figure behind the rusted chain-link fence separating the runway from the old service road. When I tried using my phone to capture something, the screen went black and the camera appeared frozen. Looking up, the lights had disappeared. I haven't seen the mysterious man since that night, and the car stopped showing up too. But sometimes near water, I get an unsettling feeling of being watched, something just below the surface. The words "the water remembers" keep echoing in my mind. I'm not someone who usually chases weird stuff. I like a good mystery as much as the next guy, but I don't go looking for trouble. That night changed something, though. It wasn't a bright flash or a loud boom, just quiet, strange things that didn't make sense. I'd been shooting landscapes and night skies around the nuclear plant for years, just a hobby that let me capture the eerie atmosphere of those big cooling towers with their steam clouds in the dark. This particular Wednesday was colder than usual for spring. I had the night off work and drove to a spot a couple miles from the plant near the edge of the airfield. Out there with my camcorder, I was filming some unusual lights moving across the sky. Everything was eerily quiet. Suddenly a man appeared, looking completely out of place, standing perfectly still in the shadows, wearing a black jacket and slacks. I turned off the camcorder screen and squinted, trying to get a better look. He didn't respond or move. A weird chill ran down my spine, though I kept my voice calm. "Are you lost?" I asked. Without a word, he stepped through the fence. He didn't make any noise climbing over or walking. He just appeared closer, still silent and expressionless. I held up my camcorder but didn't start recording again. Something about him made me hesitate. He stopped about 6 feet away and slowly reached into his jacket pocket. He pulled out a single piece of paper and handed it to me. I looked down. It was completely blank, no writing, no symbols, nothing. When I blinked and looked up to ask what this meant, he was gone. No footprints, no sound, no sign he'd been there at all. I turned back to the sky, but the lights were gone too. The whole sky was empty, like they'd never existed. I stayed out a while longer, trying to shake off the feeling that I'd just been part of something I didn't understand. Back in my car, I looked at the paper again, still blank. I kept it in my jacket pocket, but it never changed. At home, I checked the footage. The camcorder had recorded the strange lights moving and the sudden silence when the man appeared, but there was no sign of the paper or the moment he gave it to me. It was like the camera missed that part completely. I told a couple friends, but they just laughed it off as a prank or my imagination. Even now, I don't know what I saw or who that man was. I don't think I'll ever go back to that airfield, but sometimes when I'm outside at night, I swear I see lights moving just out of the corner of my eye, watching. Night had settled over the woods, the sky clear and open above me. My camera and tripod were set up, ready to capture long exposure shots of the stars and potentially the steam glowing under moonlight. Initially, everything felt normal. Distant machinery hummed, and occasional rain sounds drifted through the background. Around 11 p.m., something caught my attention near the horizon behind the plant, a faint glow that began to move. The light shifted slowly, almost floating, and I quickly pointed my camera to zoom in and start taking pictures. It moved erratically, pulsing dimly between blue and green without making a sound. Despite trying to focus, the light kept flickering in and out. I captured several burst shots and even switched to video, hoping the camera might record what my eyes couldn't fully perceive. A strange, prickling sensation crept up my neck, as if something was watching me. I tried to dismiss it as just the night air. After about 10 minutes, the light vanished completely. No crash, no engine sound, just gone. The next day, when I loaded the photos onto my computer, I discovered something unsettling. Every single image of the light was corrupted, blank black files. I tried everything. Different card readers, recovery software, even a different computer. It was as if the photos had never existed. This mysterious disappearance bothered me more than the light itself. Sitting in my living room, staring at my camera bag and pondering the incident, a sharp knock interrupted my thoughts. Just past midnight, a soft but urgent tapping came at my front door. I'd been out late and was tired, not expecting anyone. When I opened the door, 2 men stood there, both wearing black suits and dark glasses even at night, with those expressionless faces typical of movie government agents. They didn't introduce themselves. One held out a business card that was blank when I looked closer. They stated they needed to check my yard, a routine inspection concerning safety. Their voices calm but firm. I rubbed my eyes, half convinced I was dreaming. My yard? What for? I didn't want to be rude, but something felt off. They looked like government officials, yet had no badges or IDs. Still, something about the way they spoke made me feel that arguing wasn't a good idea. I stepped outside, locking the door behind me. One night, walking home late, I found myself on a quiet, slightly foggy street with an unsettling feeling. Near the block's end, a black car caught my attention, not for the vehicle itself, but for the 2 men inside. They wore black suits and old-fashioned top hats, looking almost like a costume at first. But when I looked closer, I realized something was terribly wrong. Their faces were completely blank. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just smooth, featureless skin. Minutes later, one of them called me over to the yard. "Please stay inside," he said firmly but politely. When I asked why, they simply repeated standard procedure. I didn't argue and went back inside, locking the door and watching from the window. The fog had grown thicker, blurring everything like a haze. They started pulling out heavy black bags from their coat pockets, the kind forensic teams might use. One of them carefully approached something near the shed and began wrapping it up. Whatever it was, looked small, and they worked silently and methodically. I wanted to call the police, but my phone had no signal. The tension felt endless. The neighborhood was cold and quiet. No cars moved, and only distant dogs barked. Streetlights were dim and flickering. One of the men started walking toward the backyard, eyes scanning. while the other stayed by the door watching me. I tried to peek over the fence, but saw only my garden, old shed, and a few bushes. The other spoke quietly, almost like they didn't want anyone else to hear. "Some lights aren't meant to be captured," he said. My heart raced. They didn't seem threatening, but there was a coldness about them, like they were serious about their warning. Without waiting for a response, they turned and walked away, disappearing down the street before I could blink. I locked the door, checked all the windows, and sat down, hands shaking. The card in my hand was blank, with just a faint smudge where printing should have been. I never saw those men again. The photos of the light remained missing, and since then, I can't shake the feeling of being watched whenever I go near that power plant at night. The machinery's hum sounds different, like it's trying to hide something. I don't know what that light was or who those men were. I don't even know if anyone else has seen anything like it. But I'm done taking pictures out there. Some things I guess really are better left unseen. When they arrived, the men walked back to the front door. One nodded at me, almost like a warning before they left. No car was visible when they came or went. I stepped outside into the cold air. The yard looked normal, with just a faint scuff mark near the shed. No footprints, no signs of what they might have taken. I went back inside, locked the door, and tried to make sense of it all. That night, sleep eluded me. Fog blanketed everything until dawn. The next day, I checked the yard thoroughly. Nothing was missing. Nothing seemed strange except that persistent scuff mark. I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was out there, watching and waiting. Those two men with their blank faces completely wiped away, as if an invisible hand had erased all features, haunted me. Something about them and that car felt deeply wrong. My curiosity battled with my growing unease. Against my better judgment, I turned to look back. The street was now empty. No trace remained. No car, no lights, no sound of an engine, not even tire marks on the pavement. Just silent fog hanging over the deserted street. Years have passed, and I've never encountered anything like that moment again. To this day, I can't explain who those men were or what they were doing. The memory remains a mystery, sharp and unexplained, lingering at the edge of my understanding